why I'm going. I got booked, okay? I'm gonna take one arm out. Ooh! Because it is very hot. Yeah, I know. That shit is actually scary. Thank you, Marshy. I'm debating who we should do today. Either we're gonna do Leon's and Helena's, which is not a great story, but you kind of need to know what's... I mean, we could do Ada and it explains pretty much everything. A little concerned. It's not really near. Because I want to do Leon because the zombies, because there's actual zombies in that campaign. But I also want to do Ada's because, like, Ada's a girl boss. I'm just trying to figure out what order we should do it in. Because if we play Ada's, there's no reason to play Leon's. So I guess we should play Leon's. And then we can play Ada another day. Maybe I should get, like, a nice red blazer. A nice red outfit. And then I can do, like, a low-key Ada cosplay. Not, like, actually, because, like, that's problematic. But, like, I could do, like, a loosely interpreted Ada. Wear a nice red dress. Just wear red for Ada Wong campaign. That could be cute. Okay, we're gonna do that. And if we finish Leon's early, like we finished Jake and Sherry's, we finished Jake and Sherry's pretty fast. Did in like 4 hours. We're gonna hop over to Resident Evil 5, and we're gonna play Resident Evil 5. We're kind of going backwards, which is a little bizarre. I know Resident Evil fans probably, like people that have never seen it, it doesn't make sense to them or whatever, but I'm happy to answer questions. I'm just a big fan of the series, and 5 and 6 hold kind of a safe spot in my heart, just because me and my cousin used to play these games and we used to like bond over them, and like these were one of my first video games of like my childhood. Like when I was growing up, yeah, I had Nintendo 64 and GameCube, but when I was like maturing into being a teenager, these games were there for me, and like this was like me growing up, like playing a scary game, playing something that has swears in it, like, you know, like that kind of vibe. So that's why I like 6 and 5 so much. People hate on this. I was in Deer's chat and Deer was like, how dare you ever say you like Resident Evil 6? Like, I'm gonna snatch your wig at TwitchCon and assault you. That's a joke. But I like this. I think this game is really camp. People hate it, think it's better than 5. But I think it's better than 5. Oh, you think it's better than 5. Yeah, I love this game. I think it has good, like... I think it has... It has character. I'm gonna wait a couple more minutes to see if some people come in before we start the campaign. So people aren't like, what? What's happening? What? Do we like the look today? I was gonna wear a neon green and blue puffer jacket. Wouldn't that have been so fierce? That would have been so puss. But like, I can't wear it because I'm sitting in front of a blue screen. So it sucks because I'm like, damn. Because usually when I wear green hair, I want to wear blue outfits. I know that sounds weird, but then I'm sitting in front of a blue screen. So I need to get like a pink screen or something like Mia Easily has. Because when they do green hair, they do like green. Thank you, Persona. This game seems fun. It's just a big jump from what everything 4 and the games were before that. Yeah, I mean, I think I had a conversation about it with House, not House Music, Slay Mama 123. I like these games just because, like, I like a game when it's fun. Like, it's obviously fun, I'm gonna play it. Like, Resident Evil 5 and 6 do a good job at entertaining you and having a good time. Like, there's not a point that I'm like, I hate this part, or this part is weird, and I'm not enjoying my time. But it definitely does take a turn from horror-based to action-based. Because 4 does, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think 4 has a lot of religious horror. And there's a lot of, like, scary, like, mythology in that game. And then there's, like, actual horror in some aspects. But then this game, and 5, it just goes from, like, Ouroboros and Wesker punching a rock and... Yes, I agree. Well, I think we said this last stream when I played Sherry and Jake's playthrough. If anybody's interested, and if you're watching this on YouTube, there's another video of me playing Jake and Sherry's gameplay through. It's like 4.5 hours, which is pretty good. But they should have just made the story Jake and Sherry and really dove into the lore between Jake and Sherry and why Jake is the Jake is the son of Wesker, and he is basically the antidote, and Sherry was the antidote of the first virus from Resident Evil 2 and 3, and they should have made more of a dynamic there, because it's mentioned very briefly, but the story is so fast it doesn't really matter. But if they did like a whole like campaign of like 12 hours of like depth, I think it would have been probably one of the better games. Like if Jake and Sherry went through the haunted campus grounds we're gonna go through in the first part of this, and it actually starts pretty scary. Like it starts horror in chapter 1 and 2 in this game, in Leon and Helena's playthrough, but it definitely takes a turn. I think they have a good playthrough. Their gameplay's fun, but Helena's stupid as fuck. She's a throwaway. She's stupid. I don't like her. It was supposed to be Claire and Leon, but they just added Helena for some reason, because I think they wanted to devolve. I read something that they were thinking they wanted Claire to have another side game, because they had Code Veronica before, and she was the main character, and they wanted to make her her own game again, which eventually evolves into Revelations 2. I'm doing a lot of talking already. I'm sorry. I know I fucking talk too much. One of my worst traits. Yeah, like if every story is around 4 to 6 hours and there were originally 3 stories, it's around an 8. Caliphant! Oh, thank you, Caliphant, for gifting 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you so much for helping support the channel and all of the titles we're gonna have to purchase in the next couple months. Thank you, I really appreciate it. Cause bitch, I didn't realize that Saints Row was coming out, and then next week we got We Are OFK, and then we got all these games coming out, baby. It's a lot. Hi, Maddie. I missed the message. If every story, 24 if you include Ada's story, if they even had 10 to 15 hours to explore their story, it would have been more interesting. Sherry got a hot boyfriend, Chris got a hot boyfriend, and Leon gets Helena. Literally! It's horrible for us. It's literally horrible for us. Look, this chapter is literally 40 minutes. Okay. But I could talk about Resident Evil lore for hours. I think it's so enchanting. Where's Deborah? Bitch, we're gonna see her and then we're gonna, you know what happens. Hi, Chris. Yeah, Chris was backing me up in Deer's chat. Deer was being horrible to me. I love this game. This game's fun. It's funny. It's not great for Resident Evil in the grander scheme of things, but it's funny. I used to love the multiplayer mode. Yeah, that's why I like this and 5, just because like it has silly game modes and stuff. Let's dive in, shall we, chat? Okay, I'm playing as Leon. I'm sorry, Helena. Like, I usually play as the girl boss, but I am not playing as you. I am so sorry. Flop. Oh, the start to the story is Camp 2. When we kill the president. True. In Minecraft!
It's time we take responsibility. We want to have any
Hi, Ava.
friendship, Leon. Stay right where you are. Mr. President!
So, like, do we ever find out why the president just gets infected? Is it just because, like, the world's, like, ending? Helena sucked him.
It's all my fault. I did this.
What are you talking about?
Ava, shh, they're gonna come after us. We're being watched.
Cathedral. I'll explain everything there, Agent Kennedy.
How do you know my name?
Yes.
Yes.
Hunnigan.
Are those fake tits?
How do you
Yes.
know each other?
That's Helena Harper. She's been with the Secret Service since last year. I can't tell you how good it is to hear you two are all right. Look, I hate to rush introductions, but I need a report on your situation.
I just shot the president.
He had already been infected by the time we found him. Leon did what he had to. He saved my life.
God help us.
I actually want to play the Minecraft SpongeBob DLC. I'm not even lying. It does look good.
I'll submit the report. You two just focus on getting the hell out of there. The virus has already spread 3 miles past the campus perimeter, and it's not slowing down. You need to hurry.
Not before we check out Tall Oaks Cathedral. Agent Kennedy's got a lead that might tell us who's responsible for this.
Leon, is that true?
There's gay people in my chat. Somebody help. Somebody help!
Roger that. I'll map out the safest access route. Keep your radio on.
I got a lead.
You will if you come with me.
Adam.
A dragonfly?
So what's so special about this church? You have some sins to confess?
It's hard to explain.
Okay, I do have to admit, I know we just started. But I think playing as Helena was probably the move. Hold on. Hold on! So we can look at Leon. I want to stare at Leon's sexy face. I mean, might as well make the decision now opposed to later. We'll just skip the cutscene. Hi, Lib. This part of the game is so slow. Yeah, I like it though. It actually, like, people complain this game doesn't have horror, but I thought this part of the game was actually really well done. Do I have to seriously sit through this cutscene? Wait, you're lying. Okay, we're good. Oh, POV change.
I'm sorry. So what's so special about this church? You have some sins to confess?
It's hard to explain. If I don't tell you at the cathedral, you may not believe me.
Hello?
You're gonna tell me everything.
Why couldn't I move?
Deal?
Deal.
Hi, Bean. Hi. See, now we can stare at his beautiful face. He looks sexy. He looks like he has like 2 kids. He cheats on his wife. And I'd suck him in a motel. Oh, here they go. Here he go. Don't ask him that. Don't ask him that. Oh, now you can't look at his butt during the crawling section. Oh, I'll make sure. I'll make sure we get a show. There's no ass. Looking like oomfies in chat. No ass. Up and down whole body.
You see one of them, aim for the head. It's your best bet.
Got it.
No Trixie Motel. No, no.
This is where the reception was gonna be. They'd all be here eating dinner right now if...
You think anyone survived?
Yeah, I use the naked
I
mod.
hope so.
True. When I get a mod to make Leon into Jake.
I can't believe this is happening again. It's just like Raccoon.
The Raccoon City incident. You were one of the survivors.
Yeah, I'll never forget it. We're going to this cathedral of yours. But if you really did have a hand in this, you can kiss your freedom goodbye.
I know.
She does. Just put spoiler, she does. She's a spy! She's not.
What was that?
She's just a dumb
Only one way
bitch.
to find out.
Like, quite literally, she's just a stupid bitch. That's literally her character arc, is she's dumb. Love how the series can't commit to how they want Chris to look. Yeah, literally. I'll tell you everything. Like, no. Tell me now, Helena. Miss Helen.
They went out the back.
Ooh, I'm hungry. Oh, I could go for some meat. Can you break this? I can't shoot right now. WTH. I'm scared.
Wait! Don't shoot!
No, same. I was like, wow, these graphics. Wow.
Are you alright?
Maddie just stepped on my invisible jet.
What?
The fog. It came out of nowhere.
I love Lindsay from Total Drama Island.
Liz!
She's so me.
Let me go! It's too dangerous. My daughter, she's all alone. If we don't do something... All right, I get it. But if you don't keep it down, you won't live to save her.
A mason jar.
Understand?
You know what else mason jars are used for?
Liz. Is that your daughter? All right, let's find her.
Leon, we don't have time
We're
to...
making
True.
time. Liz, where are you?
Are we going back this way? Wait! I see something! Move out the way. Cheryl Canning. Leon, can you please? Leon?
What was that sound?
Oh, you...
Oh god.
That scared me. That really got me.
They're scared.
I'm not. Wait, did Leon just use my right pronouns? Thank you, King.
Who turned the lights off?
What a generous king. You know I love facial hair, Curtis. Oh, you know it. You know I love some scruff. Good morning, Curtis. Holding my G Fuel powder mix. Are you though? I think you're lying.
Never know what to expect around here.
We need to find her.
No.
We will. Just stay close. Thank you.
Liz! Liz!
It's always a bitch named Liz. I'm gonna take this. What? Oh, that's Magnum ammo. Let me not.
Please answer. It's your daddy, Liz.
Not your daddy. Hold on. Hello, Talos Essie. I'll take this. Thank you so much. Oh, that's right. He has a door he's opening down there. Do I have a Magnum? I do. Hee hee. I'm in limited ammo. Check. Can I break this? Oh.
You all right?
I will be once I find my daughter.
Let's get rid of him now.
Calder's hell-bent, but we got cut off. I know she's here. Somewhere.
2012 was a really weird era of games. Yeah, and also movies. Remember last time we talked about this? The Hunger Games? Oh my god. The eye roll I let out.
We'll need to get the elevator working to get there.
It's locked, but I work here.
The world was rumored to end because they released the Hunger Games.
Thank you. Let's find your daughter and get out of here.
Liz? Liz, is that you?
Liz! Liz! Would it be inappropriate to make a your mom joke now? Can I run, please? Oh! Hi, Audio Freaky. Who's playing the piano? What a beautiful noise.
Careful.
Do I have to open it? Oh. Ah! You scared me.
Liz!
Dad, where are Mom and Liam?
They already got out. They're waiting for us at home.
Wait. Where's Mom and Liam? Your mom! Is that a donut? Oh my god, who stretched out the bagel and donut holes? Why is it gaping? Who did that? So was she just playing the piano by herself? What happened here? This is looking pretty sus. Is he unzipped? Our turn, Leon. Hey, Leon. Hey, hey, hey.
How do we get out of this place?
The underground parking lot.
Not after the accident. You mean when you and Mia were wrong?
Let's get this out.
Yeah, I remember it.
Roger.
I'm glad you guys were here.
Leon.
going to be okay, Lizzie. You're going to be okay.
Lizzie?
We're almost there. Liz?
Oh. Someone's an ugly crier. Oh. Mask up, please. Mask up. What was that? Who's sucking dick? Oh.
Oh my god.
She's already gone! Shoot her!
Oh! Get her off me! Bitch.
I can't believe this.
We'll get used to it. It's either them or us. And they don't have
Some no name.
Why did this have to happen?
Her name's Helena. I'll be back later. Please come back. I miss you.
I don't think we're alone in here.
Helena, grab your gun.
Walmart Claire. Oh my. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Hi, Asa. Oh. Well, clearly there's an... Okay, I'm gonna go this way. Excuse me, everyone. Excuse me.
That's our cue to get the hell out of here.
All right.
I couldn't agree more.
Roger!
Roger. The way this part is so stupid. Like, you would hear people behind you. You would hear this zombie going, like, there's a squad of them. Why are they not running? They deserved it. They were stupid as fuck.
There's nothing we can do.
Nothing we can do until it's your sister, Helena. You don't care until it benefits you, Helena. Yeah, I got you on camera.
Let's get the hell out of here.
Oh, is there something over here? I don't want to miss it. Literally, and there was like 10 of the zombies there. Like, maybe take the hint when you hear one of them, and then be like, oh, there's someone behind us. We gotta go. We have to go.
He said it was some sort of fog.
I thought that was the other F word that starts with an F and ends with a G. I was like, Leon, don't say that.
That would mean everyone on campus.
Yeah. Then why is it so quiet? I've got a bad feeling about this.
Is this the auditorium? It is. Oh, that's my G Fuel. It just fell all the way down there.
Sorry, didn't mean to do that.
True. Hey, everyone. Oh. Yeah, right? Like, why was the president here, actually? Like, what about, what's what? Good morning. I shot him. I shot him. Leon, do you want to do anything? Just standing there. Okay, sir. Dumb bitch. I look both ways. Leon doing what most men do, the bare minimum. And we applaud him. You know, I try every stream not to, like, you know, drag men, but, it's hard. It's a struggle.
I wonder if there are any survivors.
Whoa, there's another one! She said, hello! Men do two things, nothing and ask, yeah, baby, you like that, while doing nothing. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of pretending goes on. Green herb. Do you want to get up? Okay. Now you want to get up? Oh. What are these? Oh, incendiary grenades. I want the grenades. I'll catch a grenade for ya. Throw my head on your feet. Okay. I would do anything for ya.
Get to the security gate. It'll lead you off the campus.
Okay. I messed up my slide, so we're gonna pretend like I meant to do that.
It's locked. Hunnigan, can you open it?
Sorry, not from here.
Mm.
Try the staff building behind the bleachers. I'm guessing you'll find keys for the gate there.
Can I pop the balloons? Oh. I wanted to pop them one by one, but it's whatever. Can you please? Can I seriously not, like... The inventory slots, please. We need an upgrade. I pick up 2 items and it's like, wait, no.
Roger.
Roger! Roger. Hello?
Keep that trigger finger ready. Never know what's around the next corner.
Got it.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, look what you did.
And again, the door's locked. There's no way out.
I'm on it. Just give me a minute.
There's so many. We can't take them all.
all the infected were hiding out.
This is some pretty tight security for a college campus.
You have to consider the invisible wall the game will let us walk outside the windows. There's no way out. There's no way out. Oh, wow. You better be jumping.
Any day now, Hunnigan. We gotta get out of here.
I've almost got it. Hang on.
Oh!
It's open. Get out of there now.
Okay. Oh!
It's just one surprise after another.
Nah, it's true. It's true. Yeah, literally the TikToks were such a weird addition. I was like, what is this? What does this mean? What are these drinks? Power charge, grape sour, squash. But is lightning lemonade by G Fuel on there? I think not. So I think that's where I find an issue with this game, actually. Space Ginger, me when I go into space. Sorry. I'm so silly. When I have sex and I bottom, gingerbread. Haha, get it? Funny. Not a recycled joke or anything. I made that up by myself. That was my joke. I made that joke. I'm the origin of that joke. Do you want to get up? Okay, unironically though, I love gingerbread. When holiday time comes around, bitch, I'm gonna gain like 10 pounds just from eating gingerbread. Like, so good. And like, I love gingerbread coffee. I love gingerbread anything. Do you mind? This guy doesn't like gingerbread, apparently. The way I found an IRL store that sells G Fuel the other day, but I can't use code Nemesis at checkout, so what's the point? That's tea, actually. Can you get up? Oh, you want more? Oh, he's gonna get up. Get up! Oh, he's not. A little fake out they got. Okay. Easy peasy. Now you get up. I knew it. Why is this door open and they're all suddenly gone? Who opened it? Now hold on. I have to pee really bad because I've been drinking coffee. Sorry, I know we just talked about G Fuel, but I just wanted coffee today. Okay, the rumors are true. I'll be right back. when you baby. But would you do the same? How did that get stuck in my head? Can we answer that question? Fucking Bruno Mars stuck in my head. I'm sick. That is so sick and twisted. I'm gonna go try to get ice for my coffee. I'll be right back. So true. I did it. I'm back. Did you guys miss me? No, Marshall, you need to not be watching the stream. You need to put the stream on your other monitor, sit at your desk, and watch fucking Total Drama Island. I'm sick. I'm sick of the promises in the games you play. We need to inspect that. Don't think you've escaped me. Oh, you were. Oh, you were. Just like last night you said you were going to, right? Right? Yeah. Oh, I got you. I got you right where I want you. Hello? Hi, oh! Anymore? Wanna drop from the sky? Yeah, as of now. My friend in high school used to... Please. All men do is lie. All they do is lie, cheat, and steal. And drink G Fuel with code Nemesis at checkout. What? You want to watch it? What? Blindfolded? Why are you blindfolded? We're at TSA.
That's all we need.
Okay. Do you think this'll work? I think it worked. I only like 1 to 3. Oh yeah, I'm watching them backwards. I watched World Tour and then I stopped at the top 4 because honestly, like, I love Heather and Alejandro and all that. Oh, I'm gonna stop talking, but because Marshall needs to watch it. But I just think like the end of the show gets pretty dry. I like the first parts of the season. And then like it kind of gets a little dry for me. Like, I think Total Drama Island is the best because it has the full cast and it's like really long and everybody has like their own time to shine. Like, you get to know all the characters opposed to Action. I think they have like a good cast, but some could be in there. Like, I didn't like how Bridget and Jeff were portrayed because they were some of my favorites in the first season. And, of course, Owen is there until the end again. It makes me want to die. And then they try to write Justin as the villain and replace Heather, and it's horrible. Like, you will never be Heather. Heather is the best villain in reality TV show history. I'll say it. And I'll say it again for the kids in the back. She is such a well-written villain. And her character arc is so good. Yep. It's true. It's true. It's true. It's true.
Okay.
Sorry, I feel very strongly about that.
Take a right up ahead. You're almost there. Keep
Can I
running.
go?
A cop car. Let's go.
Hey, Cab. Heather is a very good written villain. And the best TV scene.
I'm looking.
The way this is Leon's part, so I just look around. Oh, up here. Ooh. A nice car we got going on.
At least the wipers work.
Should we hotwire it?
Hold on. Found the keys.
It's clear behind us. Back up.
I do that thing when couples drive. I put my hand on Leon's thigh while he's like driving. Like, hi.
Made it off campus. Now we just gotta get through town.
Without getting killed.
Oh, peekaboo! I would survive that.
Shit!
That's because I put my hand on Leon's thigh and he got very excited for me.
Leon.
He said,
Helena,
oh,
are you
baby.
two all right?
Oh!
Hanging in there. But we need another way to the cathedral.
Is that an Asa exclusive? It is Vendetta Vixen.
Sewers, huh?
It sure is, baby. Asa was trying to get rid of it.
Okay.
And I was like, I'll take it. Because I really wanted green hair. Because I messaged them originally. I was like, hey, how do you dye like a 613 to a specific color? Because I wanted to dye a 22-inch wig to green. What? Why are they... Hey!
I'm fine.
Stop! No! No romance! And they were like, I can just give you this one because I don't want it anymore. I was like, work. I love it. I love Asa. I almost said Asa because like I'm...
What's the matter?
Asa the mod, Asa the drag queen.
Come on. Let's just get to the cathedral. And then I'll tell you everything.
Girl, I'd literally be like, tell me now, bitch. What the fuck? I'm not going with you on this trek. Star Trek.
But sir,
Just
a
kidding.
lot of people are questioning my desire to reveal the truth.
They are amazing at what they do. They're amazing. I usually go to them for wiggies.
And might create more
I think I'm gonna have them do one for TwitchCon. I gotta message them. But I don't know how, I know it's not gonna travel well, so I want it to be like kind of not really anything. I think it's gonna be like, maybe like a little curl and that's it.
And we are partly to blame. We have to come clean and start working with the rest of the world if we want to have any chance of fighting this.
Okay, this is even weirder because that like actually, well, I was gonna say it looks like Biden, but every fucking president has white hair and is wrinkly and a just grumpy old guy, so it can really be any.
It's time we take
But
responsibility.
sorry, in Minecraft.
End this mess.
A quadruple stack.
It's gonna be a tough road.
I didn't even think about that. If I am in the drag showcase, I'm gonna have to pack another outfit.
Let's get moving.
Have y'all, do y'all know that meme I'm talking about?
We got our work cut out for us.
Like, it's like you say these horrible, horrific things, so the FBI is like listening to you in your Discord call because you're saying like these horrible things, and then you go in Minecraft, like right after. I think the meme is like when you're talking about doing some, I don't even remember what it is. It's something terrible, but I thought it was funny because like in Minecraft. Talos knows it. Where's Talos? I want to yell like a man, and then Talos will be summoned. I use my Pisces telepathy. Talos así. Where is he?
Leon, Helena.
This part's
You'll be
dumb.
out of contact when you're in there. I'll still be tracking your movements, but be careful.
That's for the trauma. Finally got my revenge. Tree, thank you so much for the follow. Alright, everybody just needs to F off. Rothy, no. This is not a safe space for redactants. For rats. Ah!
Train's coming!
Train's rights! I almost missed that.
How are the trains still running?
Is the bus still running?
There's no one at the controls. Zombie Express.
I definitely... It sucks, because, like, I don't want to, you know, get sick or whatever, but it's, like, part of, unfortunately, what I do for work. And, like, if I am doing paid work there, I do have to be at TwitchCon, but, you know, I don't know.
Leon.
It's a hard thing. Hi, Rothy. Thank you so much. Rothy, we gotta play a Street Fighter Capcom game sometime. If I play it on stream, will you play with me? I mean, when Street Fighter 6 comes out, it's on site. You're sitting down with me and we're playing it all day. I don't care what you say, Rothy. But before then. Why is this random person in a suit down here? What are they doing? Dunna, dunna, dunna. Name that WWE theme song. Dunna, 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 dunna. Only the real ones know. You tried. Jerry's immediately gonna be my main. I just, like, it looks so good. Like, it's insane how good Street Fighter 6 looks. I love how it's kind of like... It looks like a Street Fighter. Like, I know we've definitely had, like, games that... It does look like a Street Fighter, but I like how organic it feels to, like, the environment and, like street fighting. Like, it just look... It's so good. I'm so mad at myself. It's okay. Just like that video of Harley Quinn I sent you when you said, "Who is that?" Like, I'm serious, guys. Marshall said that to me. You're sick, Lib.
This is a nightmare. Look out! Train!
Where? Oh, I found the train. Oh, vocals, Leon. Helena! I can go that deep too. That means two things, Leon. Rathi! Rathi, it feels like just yesterday you resubscribed. Oh my god, thank you for resubscribing. Anytime Nem plays Resident Evil, it's an open target on Marshall. Well, when I see a he, him, I floor it.
Look out! Train!
Especially if I know it's a twink. What just happened there? Oh. Like, what is happening? It's not that serious. I want to let everybody know that I watched, Hello? Oh. I want to let everybody know that I watched top 5 scary videos that will give you nightmares. And then I did, in fact, have a nightmare. And I was like, you know what, let's go. I don't care if I have a fucking nightmare. And then I woke up with immense anxiety and I was very upset and angry. So yeah. Just saying, I do things to myself.
But I could open it.
I ruined my own life.
I want to have a look around in there.
Top 5 videos that will definitely give you nightmares. And then I literally had a nightmare and I went, all right. Great.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't think it correlates. Like, I don't... Okay. I don't think it correlates to, like, why I had a nightmare. I don't know. I think I was just, like... anxious. I wasn't anxious. I don't know. Because, like, the videos weren't, like, that scary.
I got attacked
Just
as soon
silly,
as I dropped in.
fake ghost
Keep your guard
videos.
up.
Oh, Miss Girl in the purple heel? You better! Oh, she's beat too. She's got purple lip on. With those nice heels. Are you kidding? Move, Leon. Wow. The stock scream noise? What the fuck was that? There was no budget for the sound effects in this game. They said, wait, just use the one from, like, YouTube SFX. Me too. I don't know why I chose to watch Down Under as well. Do you see that girl on the runway last week that her reveal didn't work and it, like, flopped? I felt so bad. Poor thing. Oh, there's a lot of zombies behind us. I'm just gonna leave. Oh! Oh! Smack cam! Well, she's not doing too hot. So, but I do want to see her go far. This part is so... like, this part is so stupid.
never get to the cathedral at this rate.
Come on, we gotta get her out of here.
Open up!
This Karen.
Open up! Why won't you?
Wait, no! Don't open that!
Oh God, Peter! Peter, hang on! I'm coming!
Peter? Ow! Ow! Peter? Peter? I'm in a zombie apocalypse, Peter! Why are they throwing things at us? Talos, I was just calling for you, but I don't even remember what I was gonna tell you. I was literally like, Talos, where are you? Oh, can I blow that up? Watch this. It didn't really work the way I wanted it to, but...
Good. You made it. You can reach the street level from there.
What are conditions like up there?
Please, I know that video, oh my god.
You two will have to cross that part of town to get to the cathedral. Keep your lines open in case you run into trouble.
Peter? The horse is here. Oh, yummy. Okay.
Helena, car!
Ugh.
Why do I feel like this is just the tip of the iceberg?
Just the tip.
Roger. Hold on, I'll get you out.
Family Guy, funny moments. Oh!
Hannigan was right. Everything's gone to hell. Hurry. We don't have time to deal
Excuse me. I just let everybody fucking die. Not my problem. Oh my god, I hate it. Like, wow, stop sending me emails that there's a new episode of Drag Race. I don't care. They send me like 10 emails a day. Oh. Fire the gas grenade. Hey! I shot him in the booty cheeks.
Leon.
What if I was one of those annoying gay people that just like moans and says daddy and then makes jokes about vaginas all the time because they're internally misogynistic? What if I was? That's when you don't become a streamer because you're not entertaining. You're just gross. Oh, not me spilling. Not me just dropping that just random rant out of nowhere. Well. You don't moan and say daddy already? No, because I'm a top. Nemesis will moan and ask for a squishmallow. No, that's actually true. Hi, Necro. Happy to see you. Did you play Tower of Fantasy yet? So it just went silent. Please. Oh! Okay, this is where the game takes a turn. Just gets crazy.
Come on.
You will be my only friend on my friends list, Necro, and never change. Are we all right? That's me driving. Oh! This is me driving. I just want one. I've never experienced happiness. I want a squishmallow.
Good idea. It'd be safer if you keep indoors as much as possible.
Maybe we can even catch our breath.
This is when Mia's gonna walk in and be like, I bought you one. Mia, it's literally 3 centimeters large. Like, I can't use it as a pillow. Apollo. I don't know. I want to just start collecting them. I think they're really cute. I definitely am going to get the Pokemon ones when they come out. Whenever that is. Like, I'm buying all of them. I don't care how much it is because scalpers are going to buy them. But, okay. I have no idea. I want a cute one. I don't want a rainbow one. The rainbow ones are stupid. Like, okay, yeah, gay. Like, and not like the horse one, the pony unicorn ones. Shut up.
At 11:27 p.m. However, a final transmission was received from the vessel before its
There's a mushroom one. I want one.
alluding to a potential attack.
Are they okay?
Organization or individual of unknown origin. Authorities are proceeding with extreme caution as they do not yet know who is responsible.
Not the white fridge. Why is there a fridge in the living room?
It's locked.
The Navy submarine went missing on the 26th of this month at 11:27 p.m.
Hey, I'm gonna take
Was
this.
received from the vessel before its disappearance. A transmission alluding to a potential attack from an organization or individual of unknown origin. Authorities are proceeding with extreme caution as they do not yet
Why is he
know
kinda cute?
who is responsible.
Okay. Well, now he's not, so, unnecessary. Oh! Thanks, Leon. Anyways. No, he definitely wasn't a twink. He was like more of a, like a dad bod. Okay. Well, I can't help you, so I'm out. Thanks. You're saying I look like Tina from Bob's Burgers? So true. Oh, I hate these things. Die! I killed it. Killed it!
Nails on a chalkboard.
Oh. I was like, what?
It's locked. We could get it open from the other
Tell
side.
us, do you wear slides or flip-flops? Are you a flip-flops or slides type of guy? Or sandals? I always find that funny. My slides broke yesterday. I wore them outside and they literally like snapped in half and I went, okay. Me too! I'm a slides and socks type of gal. It's funny, I'll dress like a femme, like
Up and over.
a femme person from like the waist up, but then like I'll wear like fuckboy shoes and like Nike socks. It's funny. Literally, I was taking out my trash and my shoe was like broke, and I was like, okay. Ooh, we have a croc auntie. Ooh.
Leon, it's open.
Okay, there's too many. We're going. What? He has double pistols? Okay. I missed out clearly.
Leon.
Roger.
Why is this happening? No!
Wait, for all the he hims in chat, do you guys wear Tims? Like unironically?
Revive us. Come on. We have to help.
You guys don't know what Timberland like shoes are? They're like the work boots. Timberland work boots.
Already I'm in a shootout.
Don't leave me!
Pina! Pina!
Stay calm, people. Choose a target before shooting. Who made you the leader?
Peter, wait!
Pina, wait.
Forget it. He'll just get you killed.
Is she wearing shoes? Yes! Oh, Jesus.
Holy shit.
Now this is where the game takes a turn. For the worse. But it's fine. We vibe. Oh, he's not dead. I don't know what those are. I have docs, not Tim's. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Someone shoot the gas. We can blow these things to Kingdom Come.
I've had a pair of the same shoes for 6 years.
Hey, come on. It's safer here.
Do you, like, want to buy new
Shop
ones?
ahead. We can rearm there.
Maybe.
We'll probably find more people there too.
Why does everybody have docs? I literally don't have docs. Like, what?
I don't see any other options.
Like Doc Marten, like, boots, like, the black ones? Well, I don't wear, like, fancy shoes. I honestly don't have fancy shoes. Oh, I have work boots, but I also use them for that kind of work. Oh, gotcha. I used to wear Tim's with, like, a quirky little, like, design on them and be the gayest person in my high school. I'd wear leggings and docs, which was, like, kind of a cute look, but, like, it's kind of cringe looking back. Looking lovely now, however, I must ask, Street Fighter when? Tem, we're definitely going to be playing it. I don't know if I'm going to drop Skyward Sword. I definitely want to keep playing it. But I'm really, like, into Resident Evil right now, so we'll be playing it, like, the next couple weeks. Knee-high docs? Those exist? I got killed by the ambulance too many times. I've never had docs in my life. I wear Nike, Tim's, and Adidas. Yeah, I wear Nike, Adidas shoes. I wear, like, sports shoes. I wear sports shoes and, like, Vans. I have a pair of snakeskin reptile Vans, like, skater shoes. Then I have a multicolor, like pattern type shoes that are, like, purple that I never wear because they're way too small, but I still have them. And then I have 3 pairs of, like, sports shoes because that's only what I wear now. Like, I don't even care, like, for footwear. Like, I like just don't give a shit. And there's, like, a gray pair. I have 2 pairs of gray. I have a light gray and a dark gray with white underneath, and they're, like, just, like, sports shoes. And then I wear this one pair that I really liked, but they got ruined, was a black pair of shoes, and then under it was, like, white, and it was, like, Nike. It was just, like, very clean. I don't even know what they're called. Like, I'm not, like, that person that's like, yo, Air Force, or, like, oh, these... I'm not that type of person. I'll tell you the design, and that's what I wear. I wear running shoes, but I never run from it. Yeah, I just wear running shoes, basically. But I like Vans. Vans are cute. Because, like, for Vans, they actually have, like, grip for, like, longboards, and I do a lot of longboarding. I've never been into Converse, though. Like, back in the day, like, when Converse were a thing, I was like, I want Vans. So I've been wearing Vans ever since. I don't like Converse. I like them on other people, but not me. I think it looks silly. But, like, shoes are expensive. Like, even, like, I don't think I've actually bought a pair of shoes for out of drag in, like, maybe, like, 5-6 years. I've only bought heels or, like, drag shoes. Yeah. I had a pair of Nike slides and then someone stole them. I also had a Nike tracksuit that somebody just stole, and it was the most annoying bullshit of my life. And someone stole my Antonio Garza limited edition Roblox hoodie. I was like, who the fuck are you? It was literally the best hoodie. I loved it. It was an embroidered Roblox noob, and it was literally the cutest shit, and then someone stole it.
Hold up on the second floor. Beat it.
Come on, man, open up! You gotta let us in!
Forget it! Those things are crawling all over my shop!
It was either when somebody, while I was doing laundry in my old apartment, because people in there were nasty, or my ex-boyfriend stole it and just never told me, and he's been lying his entire life.
Who does he think we are? Exterminators?
Oh. They just do TikTok now. From what I understand. Which, like, is valid. Like, I totally understand, like, not wanting to do YouTube anymore. It's so demanding. Like, you have to edit for, like, hours. And they're like, yeah, I'm literally depressed. And I'm like, so true, bestie. Me too. And TikTok's just like, let me do this and that in seconds, and it's done. Oh, hello. Why can't I help you?
Take my hand! Are you okay? What, are you crazy? Spare the heroics! She's just slowing us down anyway!
What's the matter with you? She's your girlfriend, isn't she?
I need to get actual vans. I need new dogs. Mine are comfy but still functioning. Yeah. Mine are like, I think I'm like a size 10.5, and like,
shit, my gun's jammed.
Always like the tip of the shoe gets like weared out.
Yeah, you idiots can fight it out if you want. I'm getting the hell out of here.
Oh, I love longboarding. I haven't done it in like a little bit because it's hot. And also the roads here where I live are not great, so it's easy to like bust your ass. I also just don't know like where I would longboard to. Like there's nowhere to really longboard.
Stay back! Get the hell away from me!
Lofty, thank you for the raid. Oh, look at this guy. This cheating asshole is about to get murdered. Let's all cheer for when he dies. Let's die. Let's cheer when the misogynist dies. Everybody cheer. I'm good, Lafney. Thank you so much for the raid. How was the stream? I can't wear the heels I got. I know. People with like size 13s, I feel so bad because I'm like, oh fuck. Like it's gonna be impossible for you to get heels. Pleasers are pretty good though. With like all sizes. Thank you, Lafney. We're just playing Resident Evil again. Because why not? Well, good luck on getting affiliate. Congrats on your stream today. Okay. Oh, he's dead. Oh, he's not. He got right back up. Peter, no! Peter got eaten by zombies. Peter. Oh, I don't want that.
Time being. Door's clear. You wanna let us in now?
Alright.
Does Ozzy land? Why couldn't he have done this earlier? Hello?
Come on!
Well, they actually don't have a lot of skate parks because, like, the ramps go upside down because it's down under. Everything's upside down and backwards. So, it's very dangerous.
Nice work down there. Good news is, I got some folks
Welcome back,
coming for
Maddie.
me in a bus. Any minute now.
If we can make it on board, it's a straight shot to Tall Oaks Cathedral. People are evacuating.
True,
Turning on the
true.
radio, but that's a big if. It's a shitstorm out there. We ain't waiting for any stragglers. Yo, Japanese dude, get the shutters. Forget the game.
Yeah, let's not tell Marshall to do skateboarding considering he's been out of commission with a back injury for 2 weeks. Let's, like, not put that on Marshall's itinerary. Let's just, like, not skateboard Marshall. How about that? I can't even see out the window right now. I wanted to learn how to roller skate this summer, but I haven't gotten roller skates. Roller skates are on my throne, but like, I just don't have the money to buy roller skates right now. They're like 60 bucks. But I wanted to do like live streams in drag of me like learning how to roller skate.
We can't hold out here. Get into the next room. Come on, people.
Yeah, that too. I'm gonna need all that shit.
Damn it! Any more weight, the floor's gonna collapse. Coming extra large now?
Ah, hello. Pain. Oh shit. I'm dying.
Come on, you big coming shit. Hang in there.
He's gonna bring this whole place down on us.
Oh my god. Fuck. I just died. I'm really trying to not focus on the game and trying to eat this granola bar, but thanks, video game, for killing me. I have a skateboard. It's pretty beat up. I don't think I've ever shown it off on stream, though. I don't know where it is, actually. I gotta pee. Ugh! I thought my nippy was showing. No nippies. Owie! I hit the mic, I'm sorry.
extra large now?
Come on, you big tub of shit! This way! Come on, move it! Move it!
I go. I'm going crazy. I am crazy. Why do people hate on Lindsay from Total Drama? What do you gain? Oh, bye, Boomer.
Touch, Donna, touch!
Help him up. I'll cover you.
Hold on! I'm gonna pull you up! Forget about me! Just look after yourself!
I don't think you understand how angry I am that another Teen Titans show got canceled. Because we never got a season for Beast Boy because the show got canceled. Like, every season of Teen Titans, the original, it revolves around a certain character, and the reason why you're like, Nem, there were 5 seasons, how did Beast Boy not get his own season? It's because one of the first seasons is about Terra, opposed to any of the Titans, because she technically is a Titan. So, season 1 is about Robin, season 2 is about Terra, season 3 is about Starfire, season 3 is about Cyborg, Yes. I think season 3 is Cyborg. No, season 4 is Cyborg because it was unbearable. Season 3 was Starfire, and I think 5 was Raven. Hi, House Marin. How you doing? Happy to see you today. You will never get a good piece of Teen Titans media that is finished as a TV show because WB hates them. Yeah, they make me literally want to poop on myself and shit and fart and die. We did get a good season of Your Mom. Very funny. Thanks, Colwitz. The audience is really, they loved it. Tell me how much you hate Twinks now. Do I have to say it? I think it's just, it's obvious. Anyways, I look so pretty tonight. Don't we agree? Do we like the look? Can we go? Oh, we're going. Excuse me, everyone. Can I get in the bus, please? Leon, where? The way Leon's stuck? Okay, we're good.
Get us out of here!
Oh, sorry.
That tub of marks in our way!
Ah, damn it! Get off me, you rat bastard! Drinking hell, boy!
Damn, he was so close to making it. go, now!
I love that it's love the look, loving the look. It's true. Nem, you look so good. Left no crumbs. And then there's Colwitz saying, black is the best color to wear. Thanks. Not that you look good or anything. Just, it's a nice color. True. You exist. You exist and the color black exists. Nice. Is it the best color though? No, green is.
Of the population in Tall Oaks has been infected with the virus. That rounds out to about 70,000 hostiles. We also received word
Making
that
discoveries.
Neo Umbrella.
Love this hair, you look hot. Thank you, Queen Mana. It's crazy, first time chatter doing a better compliment than a 3-month subscriber. That's crazy.
That's all the news I've got. Now it's your turn to help me. I need to know what's in that cathedral. I've got suits breathing down my neck for info.
Suits.
Specifically, Derek C. Simmons, National Security Advisor.
I'm funny. If you can't take the heat, get out of my...
Hang on.
I was gonna say bussy, but that just sounds disgusting. Is that a good thing, Caliphant? I don't know what that is. No, I did tell you. I remember listing the ingredients.
No! No! Help me! Oh, God, no! Son of a... Get off me! Oh, shit!
Okay. Well, now this has just gone off the rails.
We're going over!
Brace yourself!
Alright. Well, this has just taken a turn, hasn't it? And you're so much more unique than most feminine people, and I love to experience it. Oh, Tech, that means... That's actually really sweet. Thank you. Thank you for the compliment. Did you guys know that I'm a Pisces and I like compliments? Oh my god, crazy revelations found out here. But actually, thank you. That's very sweet. I was on Twitch and have been looking for queens to watch, and here we are. Thank you so much. Well, welcome in. Enjoy your stay. We're playing Resident Evil. We're one of the Capcom creators. We're on the team. Been playing a lot of Capcom lately because we recently got invited to the team. And if you want to watch any or see any of the games I've played before, you can go over to my YouTube channel. Everything's uploaded there. I thought you were Jewish. I am.
Leon, Helena, are you okay?
You can hate my Twitch comments, but you can't hate my Instagram
We're
comments.
still alive.
We're cutting through the cemetery.
I'll let you
to reach
breathe for the
cathedral.
night. Just this once. We are in a graveyard. Something is definitely... Oh, I have to reload, excuse me. Oh, these are the zombies that go... WWE SmackDown Women's Champion Helena Harper. The fuck was that, WWE? Whoosh. What was that? Oh. All right. All right. I need to do this. All right. All right. Hi, Joy. How are you doing? You're also hot. Shush. Shush. They do a lot. Yeah, it's true. Okay. Wait, I'm pretty sure I could take the thing and, like, throw it back at him. Hold on. Leon, let me have my moment. Why did Leon steal my thunder? What is your problem? Men stealing everything from women. Not surprised. All they do is cheat and steal from women. Lacey getting no push that Vince is gone. Wait, I didn't realize that. That's actually right. You right. Can I open this door? Is this a reference to Resident Evil 4?
Nice.
Thanks.
What's so special about this room? Oh! That actually got me. Worked closely? What does that mean? Joy, have you started figuring out what you're gonna wear for TwitchCon yet? Okay, I will say it. Austin Theory is hot. I know, it's over for me. And his videos were pretty good. Now I need to make them. Yeah, I have no idea what I'm gonna wear yet. But I think I'll just do like a day that I look online and figure out, like, find some pretty dresses.
You could be chasing us.
I definitely want to wear a cape one day.
Shit. Of all the times for it to be locked.
Take it easy.
I think I'm gonna like try to do like a
okay?
pink superhero, like Barbie kind of look. Marshall can't stop me. He has no power over me. I'm the one doming him, so... Twinks are nothing to me. They are below me. They are just wallets. They are nothing. I'll take this. Yes! Oh my god, we should actually, like, plan a day that... We should, like, figure out what day we're doing it so we can wear our capes together and it'll be cute. We can, like, take pictures, like, in front of some, like... What if it's, like, windy that day? We can take, like, pictures with the wind blowing. Very pretty. Can you stop? I'm an icon. How is this the same person who sleeps 16 hours a day and then has the energy for a twink? It just doesn't make sense. I'm an icon. I'm a hardworking bad bitch. Just the world needs to keep up. I'll say it till the cows come home. Speaking of cows, where's Slay Mama 123?
It's open. Let's move.
Roger.
Oh, there's a zombie right there. Oh, bitch, they flew.
Leon, are you all right?
I say that because last night me and House are watching these scary videos, and he like randomly on the Discord call is silent, and he's like, what is the statement? Oh my god, what did he say? I gotta find it. Oh! He said... You know the statement, the gift that keeps on giving? He thought the statement was the cow that keeps on giving. I was like, you know that's not the expression, right?
Well, nothing broken anyway. Good thing too.
You never
So
know.
now we say,
Maybe the
oh,
people-
you're the cow that keeps on giving. It's like the opposite of gift that keeps on giving. You're the cow that keeps on giving. Yeah, Helena was ahead of the curve. Nem said, I don't need an alarm for my hatred for twinks. When I wake up, this is what happens. Shoo! Shoo! I hate twinks! Crafting a tweet! I wake up like a mom. I hate twinks so much! K lucky dog. More like K... Nope. I was... Okay. More like K luck your mom. Got you. I got you. You can tell Num's awake if there's 5 tweets within 5 minutes. You're lucky I draft some of them.
Roger.
Man, you're a sight for sore eyes.
Thanks. You coming into this cathedral with me, or what?
Why is he flirting with Helena? This is not what happens. You are incorrect.
Hurry!
Wait, stop. 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 I'm holding on to my free pass. What free pass?
Hello? I know someone's in there. Oh,
You're not safe!
Are you crazy? Those things will kill us! Look, it's just us. Hurry up and let us in.
It's just among us.
Okay. We'll get rid of him first.
Okay, I have to be honest, this game isn't that bad. I feel like this game gets a lot of shit. It's not that bad.
Church bells?
People are like, this is the worst game ever. Like, this is disgusting, despicable. It's not that bad. Colwitz, I need you to go backstage and tweet at NemesisLacroix an apology tonight. Hashtag Rupology. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I get it. I get why, like, people would be upset. But, like, it's not, like, you can't knock the game. Like, I like it. It's fine. It's not, like, Game of the Year or anything, but it's not terrible. Okay. Does anyone remember, like, what games we really hated playing? Like, what would you say, like, what game I hate the most we've ever played? You can't say Fallout, because I've never played it.
putting a lot on the line trusting you. I hope this info of yours is worth it.
No. Like, seriously. Let's browse the YouTube. Yeah, Mia's dead.
Are you?
Oh my god, Mia's dead!
We're not rescue workers.
The new Fire album was pretty
There's
bad.
a secret door by the altar that leads underground, but we need to find a way to open it.
You want to tell me what's down there?
It's better if I show you.
Yes, I know Ratatouille was bad, but I'm like thinking of a game we completed and we were like, that was the worst amount of like time we spent in a game. Oh, In Sound Mind is in there. In Sound Mind was terrible. Queen, thank you so much for the subscription. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and all your emotes. What else is on here? Majora's Mask is... I wouldn't say, like, terrible. I just, like... just did not enjoy my time. I'm browsing my YouTube channel. Ooh, Sly Cooper 2 was bad. Did not enjoy that. Is everybody taking notes? That potato game. That still needs to be edited. I'm not going to do it because there's reasons of why I'm not going to edit it, because hashtag trauma, but that would be a nice VOD to re-upload. That's history. Ooh, No More Heroes 3 was pretty bad. That was actually atrocious. Looking. Yeah, I think it has to go between In Sound Mind and the potato game. But those aren't like AAA titles. Ow, ow, ow. Oh my god, I'm having a back spasm. Ow, 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 ow. Ow, ow. Okay, I'm fine. That hurt a lot. Fuck off, Maddie.
There are stairs under this statue.
How do you know that?
It was open the last time I was here.
Oh.
Shit. What do we do?
We'll figure something out. Let's take a look around.
But as I was saying, I don't think this is like the worst like AAA title game like released ever. I think there's been worse. Like Cyberpunk was pretty bad. I still don't agree. I don't think it was.
What the hell are we doing here? My son, Marco. He's in the PSAA. You watch. He'll be here with the whole army any minute now.
I just don't, like... I don't think it's unbearable. I think there's things that they could do worse that they didn't do terribly. If this game was only single player and they made you play as Helena, Piers, and some random person in Jake and Sherry's, then maybe.
This isn't just part of the...
Madonna!
You're right. And there's more here than meets the eye.
I think, like, if you just take away that it's, like, not a Resident Evil game, I know that's, like, crazy to say, but, like... It's still a pretty fun game for having all the characters in the cast. Like, I wouldn't call it Resident Evil 6. But we have to.
Nothing's happening.
But...
What are we not seeing here? The two motherly saints will reveal the path.
I just don't think it's terrible. Am I being too generous? Like, do I have bias? Like, I don't think it's, like...
It looks just like the other statue. Question is, what are they for?
Let's say this is, like... Yeah. See, like, I think there's people like me that actually enjoy it, like, more action-y. Because I'm more of, like, a fast-paced, like hack and slash gamer. So, I think there's, like, that aspect that people really enjoy, like me. But then there's people that are like, I literally hate that, it's atrocious. If this was the last game, like, on Earth, I'm pretty sure people would still say it's, like, it's alright.
What the hell are you doing here? I'm not being risky.
It's not great.
Are you okay?
Do I have no boobs? They're smushed.
Now we're getting somewhere.
That'll get it started.
I've had enough of these games.
What's, like,
Let's
the
go.
greatest game you've ever played? There's honestly so many. I just love video games, guys. I'm such a nerd. Like, I could talk about video game lore and certain games that I love. I loved the prototype games when I was a kid. Probably not nowadays. I probably hate them, but when I was a kid, I was like, this is craziness. So yeah, I think my favorite game of all time has to be either, there's a toss-up. Like, I have so many that I like. I wish there was, like, categories I could categorize. Like, indie game, I think the best indie game is probably Lost in Random. I think that's the best indie game I've ever fucking played in my entire life. Alongside Artful Escape. Both of those games made me cry. I think for horror, I think Silent Hill 2 is probably the best I've ever played.
Helena, there's a switch on these statues that shuts them off.
Or Resident Evil 5.
This is gonna get a little bit dicey.
We don't have time for this crap.
You know what game I'm really excited for? I want Slitterhead to come out. No, FNAF is not a good... It's alright, but, like, the lore carries it. The gameplay is, like...
I think this is gonna stop.
I did like Security Breach.
Just keep moving.
That's exactly.
Security Breach was fun.
Wouldn't want to miss out on all the fun.
I'd replay it. Revisit Security Breach. Oh, pfft. True. Is there? You lying. All you do is lie. I agree. I'm with you. Oh, I just got your name, Mateanetta. I get it. Took me a minute.
Okay, let's go.
Oh. I was concerned. We will be playing Bayonetta in the next, like, month or so, too. Because, you know, Bayonetta 3 comes out, and I promised we would play Bayonetta 1 and 2 before then. I'm excited to replay 2. Bayonetta 2 is a masterpiece. Yeah, I agree, Marshall. I looked so pretty in the security breached VODs. Like the first one where I'm wearing a pink beanie, I look so soft and gorgeous. It's like the best I've ever looked in drag, like ever. I don't know what I did that day, but I looked so pretty. Are they supposed to be called Madonnas?
Got them all. So now what?
Doggies.
Did you hear that?
I hope it was a door. Come on.
Oh, hey. I see that. I love finding those things. Always so fun.
Right.
So satisfying. She's so queen. The booby monster. Titties! I actually like the design of this thing, even if it does look like boobies.
Where the hell did that thing come from?
Look out for its gas!
Well. I thought it was dead. The way it just killed everything. Like, everyone's dead now. It said I'm out of here. My work here is done.
Don't panic, people. Just move away from it. Everyone, out of the way! We'll take care of this!
Well, we're not doing a good job of it. I mean...
We have to do something. People are dying. Everyone, run!
Dead. I just realized the boss fight we have to do later. You know, when we fight a fucking dinosaur, that's ridiculous. That's when it goes somewhere. I swipe my key card.
Let's go.
Okay.
Leon.
Okay.
I wish I believed God were looking out for us right now. But I think we're on our own.
No good. It's not gonna budge.
Hi, Jay. Thanks so much for coming out.
I think this panel
I'm gonna
and the numbers
guess.
and the doors are connected.
201. Okay. So it's 210. My mind.
It worked.
I'm so wise. What's in here? Oh, I thought it was gonna be a zombie. Is this a like, what? Are we in a prison? Like, what's happening?
We can figure this out.
I know, I heard that Nicki's song comes out tonight. Oh, he's dead.
A fifth grader could bust out of here. You just
Wait,
have
what
to
does that
punch in the
say?
numbers and the doors.
Oh. Well, that's not helpful. Dang it. I think it's 120. All right. I'm not good at this. Look what I did. Now look at the mess I've made. I did it. Oh! Hi, everyone. Oh. All right. Now look what I did. You need to be silent. Enough. The doors I've opened. Oh my god. Bitch. Can I just, like, not pick this up? Girl, I meant Elizabeth, please. Please! Do you guys think it's dead? Oh my god, it's actually not dead. What about now? What about now? Okay. I got you. I need more coffee, but I don't think my body can, like, take any more caffeine. I think my body's like, we're tapping out. We're done. Need more caffeine. What's over here? Oh. This is where we came in, right? Can you move? Wait, this is not where we came in. Okay, it is. I lied. Wait, what was that door we opened? The doors I've opened. I don't understand. There was like a doctor in front of it who... Hello? I bet this will get it unlocked. Okay. What combination have we not done? Bitch, it's the 2-1-2. My mind. Please? I need to play Kingdom Hearts. I miss it. I went through like our clips and I looked so gorgeous when we played Kingdom Hearts. Like, my mind. That looks so good. That's where that one red look comes from. Like the one I use my profile pictures on everything. I had the red finger wave, and then I was wearing black and white with shoulder pads. It's like drag, but that's when we played Kingdom Hearts. What else did we wear during Kingdom Hearts? That's where I did like a Donald Duck look, and I look really cute. We only played one, though. Like the first game. But still, it was fun. Everybody's been begging me to play it. And I'm just like, yeah, we'll do it eventually. I just do that a lot. I'm like, yeah, we'll get to it.
Okay.
Oh, here comes the trauma. Lore dump!
Wait, I remember this place. Deborah must be close.
Who?
Debbie. My girl Deb. I know everybody has an Aunt Debbie. Aunt Debbies go off. If you have an Aunt Debbie, she goes in.
Please be okay.
Are you watching the showcase tomorrow for the AEW? No. Let's just say I'm a great person, I'm a great content creator, and it's unfortunate that people like to take advantage of me. Like, really unfortunate. So I'm gonna hold my cards and stay silent, but I'm gonna leave it at that.
Come on, where are you? She's not here either.
And a lot of men, too.
Who are we looking for?
A lot of men think they have, like, a superiority complex, like a really gross one. And I've been, like, lied to and misled, and it's really gross. I wish I could elaborate for y'all, but it's just, like, Never trust a man. It's a bit unfortunate. What is that? All right, well, I found out.
Damn it!
I'm getting kind of tired of you stringing me along. Are you gonna fill me in here or what?
I will.
Leon!
We're running out of time.
Leon, Leon is literally in a sewer, has traveled from a city to a cathedral to underground in an underground facility, and he's like, so you're gonna tell me or what? Like, he's literally just there for the ride. Like, what is he doing?
Roger.
Oh, here comes a Lord Dom. He's very generous. We love a generous king. But I'd be like, girl, you're telling me, or we're not going together.
What the hell is all this?
None of these were here 3 days ago.
You were here 3 days ago? 3? Only 3, Helena. You do a lot in 3 days. Do you ever sleep? Ada Wong check. Mother. Here comes Mother. Mother's about to eat. Boobs. Breasts, boobs, and jugs. Yeah, she's covered in boogies. Ew. Mother, may I?
Is this what you wanted to show me?
No. I thought...
Planted.
What the hell did I just see, Ada?
So that woman or whatever. You know her?
Kind of.
Not misgendering. That woman or whatever. That's what people say about me. That woman or whatever. They see me and say that.
It won't open.
201. I write it down. The thing in a wig. It's not funny. I don't think that was the right code. The way I just said it, and I already forget. Okay.
Leon, let's go.
Let's go, Leon. It's okay to laugh. Oh, you don't have to tell me. Trust me. I laugh at my trauma all the time. Giggles. Who's barking for me? Who's barking for me in chat? People to me in Gmod. That thing, please. Oh, the good old days when me, Joy, Chris, and Deer would play DBD. I miss those days. It feels like yesterday. No, it didn't. You're lying. You're lying, Chris. You're lying. You're lying. Vine! Vine, I was talking about you the other day, too. I was like, I love them so much. They're so hot. No way, Chris. That's gaggy. No, literally, I need to see you immediately. I miss you so much. I hope you're doing amazing. Can we get a shout out for Vine if I need mods in chat?
Why does everything have to be complicated?
Of course, thank you for the lurk. I love you. What is that? What is that noise? Did you guys hear that? Oh. Sorry. Look away. Oh. That's so sad, Chris. I can't believe that happened.
Come on, Helena. We gotta activate this thing.
Like, how did that even come about? Like, did somebody just, like, see it was something on... that somebody reported to WB? Like, what the hell? That's crazy. Yeah, that makes sense. That's crazy. Like, I'm gagged. Can you imagine trying to write that, though? Like, writing that email? Like, oh yeah, there's a Gary's Mod server. You need to delete this. No! I still have it in my notes. My relationship on Gmod I miss. When I would roleplay. So sad. Like, actually. Yeah, who the fuck snitched? Who done it? Are you done? Oh, wait. Help me. Help me. Got you. Oh god. LOL. Oh, hi. Are you still alive? Seriously? Like, actually? There's so many zombies down here. Like, what is happening? I set Leon on fire.
Roger.
At least the AI works. It would be quite unfortunate if it didn't.
Finally. Come on. Okay.
Love your jacket. Where is it from? I think like Forever 21. I have no idea. This part's a bit ridiculous. Okay. Okay, let's get down here, Leon.
This way. Hey, relax, okay?
Wow, the chapters are long. They always get so lucky with these, like, trash chutes or laundry chutes. Like, what if the bottom of this was, like, a blade that would cut you up?
Because you probably wouldn't believe me. That's why I want to show you. And when I do, you'll have all the answers and proof you'll need.
Back at that lab. That tape.
With your friend in it? What's the story on her, anyway?
Look, if you want answers, you should be prepared to give a couple yourself.
You're right. It's only fair, I guess.
Oh, get her.
Come on, Deborah. Where are you?
Thanks, Leon.
Leon.
Sure.
Deborah!
Debbie! It's Debbie!
Deborah! Deborah! Can you hear me?
The way she's just laying out here in the random, like...
Helena?
No, Debbie's her sister, not her lover.
Goodness.
Close!
Okay. Enough with the mystery. What the hell is going on here?
Let's just get her out of here. And then I'll tell you everything.
Oh my god.
Promise.
A lot of promises being made.
Hang in there, sis.
You take care of her. Leave any hostiles.
I have to have a piggyback ride all the way out of here. Wait, why does she have jiggle physics? You can't see it, but behind me, her ass is moving. Look at that. Why is she shaking it like that? Oh, shit.
Deborah, can you hear me? I'm gonna get you home.
She's shaking her ass. You better. Excuse me. Focus. Hello?
The roof is caving in!
Panty shot! There's a panty shot! You can't see it because it's behind me. See your panties! Look, panty shot! Very interesting detail. A sensible panty.
Leon, Helena, where are you? I can't pinpoint your position at all. What the hell is going on?
Hunnigan, come in! Oh, damn it!
Leon, you said you were gonna help me. Oh, here we go. Debbie!
Just hold on, we're almost there. Deborah, stay with me, all right?
No, Deborah!
No, this can't be happening.
Yeah, that happens to me when I sneeze all the time. I don't think you want to hold her hand, Miss Thing. Now that's Mother. Mother. Queen check.
You look like you've seen a ghost.
Queen off. Oh, please. What are you gonna do? Why does he have giant hands? Oh my.
Ada, what the hell is going on here?
It's complicated.
The way this is the first time he's seen her since Resident Evil. Oh wait, no, I lied. They have 4. My bad. Hi, Jennifer.
But this isn't the time or the place. These walkways won't hold.
Weekly, thank you for the follow.
We need to get to the lower levels. I'm so sorry, Deborah.
Joy.
It's all my fault.
Helena, get away from her!
Why are you hugging a zombie?
Stop! Don't shoot, please!
I lay here. Oh! Help! Help! Help me! Somebody help me! Yeah. No, those aren't boobs. Those are, mosquito bites.
Deborah! Where are you?
That are very large. If anyone from Twitch is wondering. Yes.
Here.
Now that's Mother.
A ring?
Don't get the wrong idea. It'll make sense later.
Okay.
Sorry. I just moaned because I love women. Like, where is... Oh. That was a long drop. You would have broke your leg.
Watch out, you two! She's strong!
Watch out for yourself.
Deborah!
Helena, please! She's a zombie!
You should put her down. If you have any sympathy for her.
Literally.
This is a nightmare. It can't be real.
I don't think anybody wanted Helena. They wanted Claire. Claire robbed Queen. Oh my god! Please. I love how she's like a succubus though. It's such a cool like zombie character development. I like it. I got it this time. I have never played that game. The way that zombie just fell from the sky and died. Yes. Resident Evil 5, Resident Evil 6.
Ada! Helena! A little help here?
No.
The more things change, the more they stay the same.
She's so mother. Her crossbow, you better. Why is Resident Evil 6? Exactly. It's so camp. I love it. It's fun. It's funny. Okay, are we just gonna wait here? Like, this is stupid. I'm hungry. I'm gonna eat another granola bar. I'm also gonna pee again. I'm sorry. I have to pee so many times because drinking caffeine makes me go pee pee. Nem the pant pisser. True. Like, so true. Spell. Okay, let me unpause this so we can just go down. I should have just went to the bathroom and had to do it automatically. So we don't have to wait. We're literally just waiting here. No gameplay, you just sit here and wait. I'm waiting.
All aboard.
Let's hope this is a non-stop ride out of here.
I wouldn't count on it.
Roller coaster. Like the catacombs. I guess.
Just stop it, Deborah! This isn't you!
I can fix her.
Deborah!
We hit her. LOL noob.
Don't tell me you're still crying. She's trying to kill you. Don't you think I know that?
Not Ada eating Helena up. She said, why are you crying about it? She's trying to kill you. I mean, spill. Please, Mateo. I did it. The zombie just standing there. Choo choo! Oh shit. Oh fuck! Oh fuck! What is happening right now? I don't have any health. Wait, yes I do. I just got rid of it. Can you kill me? I need to go back. We're gonna reset. Because I can't read. If that wasn't obvious. Here we go. They're back. What is happening? Falling. Oh! Oh, this part gives emotion.
Deborah! Deborah!
It's giving emotion.
Helena!
No more tears.
I wasn't crying.
Avenge your death. Please. Forgive me.
Okay, say what you want about Miss Helena, but this moment was pretty gaggy. I did get chills. That was kind of iconic. You better.
I'm gonna make him pay for this.
Okay, we don't need to do this face. This ugly ass face.
It's gonna be okay.
Let's assess that.
Look at me. Look at me. It's gonna be okay. Just keep your eyes on me. Help me. I'm gonna get you out of here, Deborah. Deborah, look at me.
Who's gonna tell her?
Through this.
Sorry.
Let her go! Get away from
Not her. Not my sister. Take me.
You've never played this, Joy?
Please don't hurt her!
The way I've been watching, like, all of your Resident Evil playthroughs, and I've never seen, like, some of the stuff you play, too. Look at us.
I helped him. I helped
Sorry.
Simmons breach the president's security.
That sounds like Simmons, all right.
Why the hell would he do all this?
Long story.
It's okay. There's 4 different stories, so I'm sure you'll have plenty of content.
Who really run this country? In a very dangerous game. And if you don't play your hand right...
Mother. She always gets him hard and says, I'm gonna leave right after. Now that's a girl boss. Get your man hard and then just leave. Just get out of there. Make him crawl at the walls for you. Make him, like, squirm in the palm of your hands. Men deserve it. They deserve it. I mean, I've never lied. Where is my phone? Where's my hollow phone? Found it. Okay, literally, WoW Plus, stop sending me emails.
The President spoke highly of you, Agent Kennedy.
Likewise. He told me you've been friends for 30 years.
Tell me, is it true you were the only ones present at the time of his death?
What are you saying?
Well, you must be aware that you are both
Suspects in this attack.
What?
Agent Harper,
At the time of the attack, you had abandoned your post.
leaving the President vulnerable.
You must admit such behavior is suspicious.
You son of a bitch! You're the one who planned all this!
With what evidence could you base such an outrageous accusation?
I am the National Security Advisor. It's my job to
Prevent terrorist attacks, not cause them.
You liar!
Helena.
It's the two of
Shh.
Feel so strongly about your innocence. Then you should have no problem turning yourselves in.
I'm gonna make him pay.
Looks like things just went from bad to worse.
So what just happened, if no one was aware? We are being framed for the death of the president. Well, Helena was supposed to be watching over and protecting the president, but she didn't do a good job, so... Because he got infected. So good one! But is that it? Or is there more to that statement that I haven't revealed yet? I do the iCarly stare. I wish I could push a button and then like a video that I'm referencing shows up on the screen.
You and I are in the same boat now. I'd say that officially makes us partners. Like it or not.
Fine by me. As long as you help me get to Simmons. Does all
Simmons.
this belong to Simmons?
Simmons.
Well, with that lab of his sitting right on top of us, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say yes.
So this Ada,
Please.
you trust her?
Wait, I never put that two together. Because I never played Resident Evil 6. I mean,
An easy question to answer.
little history then. Who does their decorating, I wonder?
Should have said a prayer or two while we were still up in the cathedral. Why is it the dead can never stay dead?
woo, 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 wow.
That could leave more than a mile of burn.
Roasting
Those
weenies.
flames would kill you in an instant. We gotta find a way around.
Let me up. Let me up. Ah, ah. I turn into a zombie. Ah. Hey! Oh, this zombie's working 9 to 5. You better. Wait, he's kind of cute. Hey. Got you. Oh.
There's writing on this door. Set forth evidence of kith and kin.
Kith and kin. Simmons family tree.
I think you're right. Probably just as rotten as he is. What does it mean by evidence?
Wait a minute. The ring Ada gave me.
A ring? When did she give you a ring?
Is that my ring?
Bingo. Thanks for the gift, Ada.
Hi, Starseed. Same, I'm not gonna lie, it actually looks pretty good. Good picks for, like, the mentors. Like, Juju, Monet, and Brooke. I think those are pretty solid picks. Where are they coming from right now? Are they just dropping from the sky? Okay. So the zombies have dynamite now? Alright. Noted! Alright. Can you please? Hello? Can we kill them? Are we done?
Roger.
Oh my god.
Looks like we gotta get our feet wet.
Huh?
Are you kidding me? What the hell was that?
Baby, there's a shark in the water.
Just once I'd like to find a place flooded with warm water, you know?
Well. Well. Oh, I have to climb up.
Helena, take the high road.
Thank you, Captain Obvious. Very perceptive. The zombie noises. So me. I sound exactly like that. Oh, I do a roll. Booty's so big. Lord, have mercy. Working hard like I do.
Keep turning, it's working!
Do you mind?
Helena!
I've been taken. Help. Please.
Leon!
Oh, Jesus.
You okay?
No.
Fine. I'm way over
No,
here
I'm
now.
not. I'm really
As
not.
much as I can.
Help.
Just keep moving forward.
Please help me. Please help. Hi, Dylan.
Okay, Leon, go.
Go.
Leon, I can't
Go.
get through. Can you open it from your side?
Hold on, let me check.
Sorry.
Can you get through now?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'm good.
That looks safe. A snake. Now a dead snake.
No way we're getting through that.
Maybe there's a way to stop it.
Guess what? There's no crank here. I'm gonna look for it.
Look for it. There's no guarantee it's even in here.
True, but what the hell else are we gonna do?
I don't know. I don't know. Do you mind? He just died. I don't know how he just died, but he died. Am I supposed to be doing it the other way? What am I cranking right now? Oh. Leon! Oh my god, are you kidding me? Well, I'm dead, so I can't do anything about it. Hey. I just got an achievement for that. Where do you get your makeup from? Honestly, a lot of, like, drugstore products. My foundation, I use Maybelline Fit Me, and that's, like, at every drugstore. My
Welcome back, stranger.
contour is House Labs,
Looks like we're
like my
finally making it out
bronzer.
of here.
Come on.
My lipsticks are anything, really. I just use anything that works. Eyeliner is Wet n Wild. That's $5 at the drugstore. Lashes are from Amazon. And eyeshadow, I usually use a Morphe palette.
Welcome to the center of the earth.
This part is so unhinged. Hi, Epi. Happy to see you. What's going on, baby? Are you over here? Can we go? Let's go.
I promise you, we're not gonna let Simmons get away with all this.
Well, can you protect me,
I won't rest
please?
until he's paid for what he did to Deborah.
I'm good. We're just chilling, playing Resident Evil 6. Nothing really going on. I'm just hanging out, looking pretty and stunning, and chilling. Just playing video games. How about you? Just finger banging my cooch. How about you? Netflix and chill, XD? Sorry. Thank you so much. It's the how are you for me. I love when people come into my chat, like no offense to anybody, but it's like when people come into my chat and they're like, how are you tonight? I'm like, I don't know. I don't even know how I'm doing. Okay. Well, apparently not very fine.
Thanks.
You heard me. You heard what I'm doing. Like, how am I doing? Everybody asks, how am I? But it's not really... Nope, I tried. Thinking. Brain's not working. No, literally. I literally don't know how I am. Oh, wow. Also, I feel like that question is so, like... How are you? Good. What else? Did the zombie just jump off a cliff? He's so me. I can't get over how that's literally just an elbow drop from WWE. They said, wait, WWE collab? Well, I'm happy to see you, Epic Gaming. I fly.
Okay.
Sometimes I forget that emote exists. That was definitely a night. Y'all just called me ugly. Oh.
Leon! I need your help!
I did look pretty booger that night. Oh. Slide to the left.
Enough already! These guys never go down easy.
Thank you all so much. I like how much character that emote has. There are so many ways you could use that emote. These guys never go down easy. I know that's right. It definitely is a struggle.
Elaborate bridge system in here. Someone really
Hello?
through.
Why do you have dynamite? Alright. Let me move the controller up so it doesn't look like I'm playing with my... Like, this looks inappropriate. Let's not do that. Let's push this rock.
Thanks.
You would all be lucky. You all wish. You wish. Wait until you hear about the alt account. I'm just kidding. I don't have an alt account. Don't even start. I don't even like taking off my clothes to shower. Let's not. Get up! Which way are we going? Oh, this way. A Sinsta! I used to have an Insta and I used to post lewd photos, but that's definitely, The way Leon's literally gonna I can't go back. Leon's literally dead. I used to. I've had a Finsta. I've had an alternate Twitter account, not for like not safe for work stuff, but like for like tweeting whatever I want, a private account. I've had. What else have I had? I think that's it because like everybody like wants an alt account, but like I haven't used them in a while, or like I deactivated all of them because like it pretty much enables like sad tweeting and being like really sad. I typically find for me, para me. I'll be like, haha, penis shows my butt, and then I'm like, well, I'm really depressed and want a D word. That's how it goes. What are we doing? Twitter is so silly. I love Twitter.
Run, Leon! Everything's falling apart!
Yeah. I've definitely thought about making a new Twitter, but no. I'm so sorry, Leon. I'm demure. I would never post lewd photos. I would never do that. My Instagram feed having my ass out on like 3 photos in a row. So demure.
What the?
Wait, the audio's behind. What just happened?
Oh God! What do we do?
Hell if I know.
Oh, and I do. I love my ass. Not to be like that person, but my ass is so fat. Like, it literally is so fat. I like love my body. I just have a little bit of a tummy that I want to get rid of. But even then, I feel like I have a pretty healthy body, which I like. So, oh, let's not stop swimming. See, this is the game this is in. I was like, what game is it? I thought it was Lara Croft that let you breathe through the. Oh, they're really close. Hello. I don't know, it's a bit exhausting sometimes because I feel like some people are like, oh, Nem, you have a fat ass and you're very sexy, but I only want you for that. But also I only want you to be a streamer that does a clown dance for me every time you're on stream. I want you to stream 24/7 and do absolutely nothing. And then I want you to stream and show ass and that's it. I'm like, what the hell? It's a bit exhausting, isn't it? What is that? Is that a face? Oh, it's a zombie. It is a face. Ow! Okay. Breathe in. Are we almost out of here? Can you please have some class? Underwater section for absolutely literally no reason. Okay, I literally swam above it. Like, what is the problem? Oh, so I'm gonna die? Is that it? Well, there's another one, Leon. Can you deal with it? Because I'm about to start drowning. Oh, Jesus. Oh my god, I'm gonna drown. Leon! What is he doing? You fucking idiot. The way he was just staring at me, like, okay. Do you listen to Melanie Martinez? I used to.
Not my lucky day.
Helena! No!
Oh. When we fight a zombie shark. True. We stab its nostril? I bet that felt good. Yeah, Jenny, don't watch. We did it.
Careful! That thing's still around here!
Okay, I'll find a place to climb up. Helena, can you do something about these bars?
I can try. Hold on. I think this might be it.
Okay, I'm trying to get there. Okay, come the fuck on. I crush him with it. Swim, Leon. I'm pretty sure there's nothing in the water.
Leon, get out of there! It's coming!
It's what?
Thanks.
Helena, I need some backup!
This part is so stupid.
Thanks.
You're so welcome, Leon. Are you okay?
Leon, it's coming!
Why is it coming so much? You got it. You got it, honey. You're almost there. Can you please? Leon. Thank you. Unbearable.
Okay, let's go.
I am aware.
Okay.
Oh, Jesus. So, like, what are we sliding down right now? Like, where are we? A very straightforward tunnel for a very long time. Very good.
Here it comes. Aim for the dynamite. Good work.
I feel like that would have gotten Helena, but it's okay. Is it Helena or Helena? I think it's Helena. Horrible, true. Bad character.
He's sterilizing the area.
And destroying the evidence.
How could he?
Thank God you're still alive.
Where's Simmons?
After speaking with you, he left. In a hurry.
Shit.
Where did he go?
As he was leaving, he was talking to someone on the phone. He didn't sound too happy.
Any way we can find out where he went?
Don't worry. I've got a tail on him. He's on his way to the airport right now, where his private jet is preparing to leave for China.
Oh, Drag Race Canada's Snatch Game was tonight?
Yes. Take a look at these.
What happened?
Another bioterrorism attack. The BSAA confirmed it was the same one used in Eastern Europe 6 months ago, called the C virus.
C virus?
We saw cocoons just like that here.
We need to stop Simmons and take him into custody right away.
We have no evidence. And right now, you two are on the top of their list of suspects.
No.
Some of those pics, I feel like, yeah. I have no idea. I didn't watch it.
Listen, Hunnigan. We need you to fake our deaths.
Fake our deaths!
What?
Of course. But they'll figure it out eventually. What are you going to do?
We're going to China.
Why? Why? Like, what? What is the thought process? Fake our deaths. We're going to China. True. Yeah. It's Marilyn Monroe for me. Like, why do that again? But we know that person makes questionable decisions.
He's in Chinese airspace.
Good.
Oh, he looks sexy!
Why didn't you turn me in? You could have cleared your name.
Are those gray hairs I see, Helena?
Wouldn't have stopped Simmons. Besides, you started to grow me a little bit.
Stop flirting! You like Ada Wong. Stop it. This part is camp. When I fly a plane.
Helena.
Mother. She's back.
I don't suppose I think
can fly a plane, do you?
Funny joke, Leon.
We have a problem. A big one. The pilot is mutated into the same kind of monster we saw back at the cathedral.
What? All right, hold on. I'm looking something up.
Damn it!
Leon, Helena, do you read me? There's something wrong with the pressure bulkhead. Get to the tail of the plane, find out what's wrong.
Okay. So no one's gonna fly the plane. No one.
Everyone calm down. Get in your seats and stay there.
Wait, can I ask a question, like a serious question? How did they get on a plane with guns? I've never thought about that until this moment. How did they get on this plane with guns? Oh. I thought they were flying like JetBlue or Delta. Yeah, wait. If they were to fake their jets, they would have to fly a normal flight. Because they can't use Helena and Leon's personas or any of their prior... Now, wait a second.
Okay.
Okay, this is the only time I'll accept it. They used their personas.
I think we made it in
They
time.
used my roleplay VR chat personality. Just kidding, I haven't played VR chat in like months. Are they on a private plane? I would assume so.
Shit! It's leaking that same gas!
We have to get
Okay.
rid of it.
Oh my god! She was trying to make me suck on her titty. Leon! Leon, help! Guys. What happened to my infinite ammo? What was that? Why do I...
Shit! It's leaking that same gas!
We have to get rid of it. We need to open the hatch.
Wait, no, what the hell?
We have a problem. A big one. The pilot is mutated into the same kind of monster we saw back.
Why did I get rid of it? Literally, what the fuck happened? I didn't do that. Hello? How do I get to that? Come on. Why did that happen? I'm so bothered. Okay. Anyways.
We have a problem. Big one. Made into the same kind of monster we saw back at the cathedral.
What? All right, hold on. I'm looking something up.
She's just like me.
Damn it.
Leon, Helena, do you read me? There's something wrong with the pressure bulkhead. Get to the tail of the plane, find out what's wrong.
Everyone calm down. Get in your seats and stay there.
I think this is my favorite level. I like the airplane level. I actually like this part of the game. It's unique! No, this isn't Call of Duty! You're a duty. Haha, poopy. I am stinky. Oh, I'm stinky. But not poopy. I will. And I will.
I think we made it in time.
No, I don't have food to make for dinner. It's over. It's over. We're back on my BS of not having groceries.
Shit! It's leaking that same gas!
We have to get rid of it. We need to open the hatch.
Okay, Leon, I need you to, like, do something about this thing. Leon, do something. Leon, do something. Leon, do something. Leon, like, I literally need you to do something or we can't complete this level. Like, it's literally over. Wouldn't this, like, literally kill you because the air is not, like, good?
The plane's gaining altitude. Get to the cockpit.
Helena.
The what? She said cock. I hit her. Everybody's a zombie now. That's lovely.
Damn it, we were too late.
Sure.
Leon.
Sure.
Oh my god.
This is why I can never sleep on planes.
That's very funny, Leon. Very funny. Oh fuck. Ow, ow, oh, ouch.
Jesus Christ.
We're losing a wing. Oh, I love
Hatch
chicken
and destabilize the
wings.
plane by letting the pressure out. Leon, you're gonna need to take the controls.
I was afraid you were gonna say
Yeah,
that.
fly the plane, Leon. Go do it.
Fine, I'll fly. You do something about this infected.
I'm on it.
I don't know how to fly. I don't know.
First, switch off the autopilot to restore manual control. Then, press the third button in the fourth row of the upper panel. Okay, now pull the lever on the right-hand side.
Okay. This is harder than it looks. Pull up.
Leon, pull the throttle! Pull up!
How many levers is it? Almost there.
Please. You know, just blowing up like hundreds of buildings in China. No big deal, I guess, for Leon. We get to see Sherry and Jake. We get to see Jake. My daddy.
Leon?
My husband.
Sherry, what are you doing here?
I'm on protective detail.
Yeah. I heard you became an agent.
Why are you here?
I'm tracking the man behind all this. Chief Security Advisor Simmons.
What? There must be some sort of mistake. I report to Simmons.
He's your supervisor?
We're on our way to meet with him right now.
Where is he? I need to know.
Jake!
Ugh, the way he protects her. I can't get over it. I love him so much. I want to be her so bad.
Let me handle this.
Your orders were to avoid contact with anyone.
Leon's not just anyone. He saved my life back in Raccoon City.
Unique. Oh, it's our bestie.
Look out! Leon, the plane!
Him again? Friend of yours? Or like an ex-girlfriend? Guy doesn't know when to quit. Welcome to the club. You get used to it.
Watch out for his arm!
Got it!
is he going?
Take it from us. This guy's indestructible. Let's get the hell out of here.
Roger. Hey.
Roger.
Roger.
I'm on it.
We were on the other side last time, so now we get to see what goes on this side. Okay. I'm gonna get up here to be safe.
You fought this thing before and you're still breathing? I'm impressed.
Okay, let's move. Are you kidding? I'm getting a kick out of this.
Excuse me. Oh!
You're not entirely sane, are you? How is he still standing?
Good night, Cole.
Don't get me started. But maybe the four of us can stop him once and for all.
Carries around to spare.
Give him credit. At least he came prepared.
Like I said, indestructible. I was hoping you were exaggerating. Afraid not. Doesn't mean we gotta make things easy for him.
Ow. Please, no. Get him. I have to pee again. That's the 4th time I've peed. Ah!
We're gonna head to the Wu Lung building over in Kuchang. That's where I'm meeting with Simmons.
Sherry, listen! Until we get there, I need you to...
Do you really? I love her voice.
The J kid's as good as he thinks he is.
Who is she voiced by? Is it like someone familiar?
Leon, do you read me?
Or just some annoying bitch? Oh, I never played Resident Evil 4.
The plane went down.
So I have no idea who that
You
is.
weren't picking me up. Listen, the building agent.
Well, I know who
isn't
she
far
is,
off.
but...
Just stick to your current route, okay?
Got it. Thanks.
Leon.
Roger.
Roger.
Sherry said she was meeting Simmons in the Kun Lung building. The first thing you're gonna need to do is cut through the outdoor market up ahead.
Oh, I remember this part. This part is a maze. It's so hard to get through here. No, not Lois. I'd fucking die. I gotta go to the bathroom again. I love Jacob. He's like my all-time crush. That's my baby. I'm hot, so I keep like switching from hot and cold, so excuse me. You're hot and you're cold, you're yes and you're no.
This way.
What was that?
Trouble.
We need to unlock it from the other side.
Yeah.
Ah, great. 3 separate locks.
Jesus. All right. Let's just figure out a way to open it.
Makes me want to play Revelations 1 because I've never finished it.
What the hell?
Guess that's why the whole street is on lockdown. The residents are trying to keep it out.
Well, this one is different.
Yeah. Not very fun.
That's a new
Because it doesn't die. Anyways, goodbye.
We need to unlock it from the other side.
Hello?
Padlock key. 1 down, 2 to go. Leon. Hurry it up.
Roger.
This way.
Hey, relax, okay?
Leon.
I know already.
This way!
Hey, relax, okay?
This way!
I know already.
Hurry it up!
Thanks.
Roger.
Leon.
Roger.
Leon.
Leon.
Okay.
Leon.
Okay.
The other side. Leon. Other way. The other... You got it. I'm so proud of you.
You have to open it from your side.
I can't. Where am I opening? Go this way? Yep.
Hold on. Milo, come on. Leon.
Roger.
Leon.
I know already.
Leon.
Hey, relax, okay?
This way.
I know already.
This way!
Hey, relax, okay?
That's 2. Only 1 left.
How do I fix the electricity? I'll take that.
Hey!
Okay.
Got the last one. Let's get out of here while we still can.
Okay. All right. There's like 5 of them right now. Like, please.
Roger.
Roger. Oh my god. Please help me. Please help me. Leon just watching? Oh my god.
Looks all clear now.
The way Leon was like, yeah, if you die, whatever.
Sorry, we don't want to miss Simmons.
Just did not care about her. Poor thing. I mean, none of us do, but we don't want to tell her that to her face. Ada. Mother.
Ada.
It'd be gaggy if they added that in Dead by Daylight, that outfit. Even though, if you know, you know, but it's still a gaggy outfit.
Ada!
What's going on?
Come on, let's get some answers.
It's locked. Now what?
Now what?
Find another way.
Hello!
Let's take the elevator. Hurry!
I run.
Someone else is here. Hostiles? Maybe a few of her pets. Ignore her. She's the target.
Glad you could stop in. Like what I've done with the place. Hope you enjoy your stay.
Okay.
I don't have time for your games.
Oh, hi, Chris. Did they just take the elevator? Without us?
They got to it. We don't have time to wait.
That was so...
We'll take the stairs.
Damn. Ouch.
What is this room?
Don't know. I don't like the look of it.
It's locked.
Engaging logs. Testing for prototypes.
Ada!
We've been conducting such fascinating work here. Why don't you have some fun with one of the new prototypes?
They're rigged with explosive charges. What the hell is she thinking?
I'll ask her once we catch her.
Leon, Helena, come in. I'm trying to get the lock open for you, but the security's pretty tight. I'll keep trying to hack it, but see if you can bypass it manually.
Good one, Leon.
Security breach detected in room 1.
I'll try to get past the security. You take care of our little friends.
Security breach detected in room 1. Security breach detected in room 0.
I literally have no idea what's
Security
happening.
breach detected in room 1. Security breach detected in room 0.
You're doing well. You're halfway there.
Security breach detected in room 0. Security breach detected in room 1. Security breach detected in room 0. Security breach detected in room 1. Disengaging locks in room 1.
Let's move. There's no time to waste.
Someone doesn't want us to catch Ada. She might not be working alone.
What's happening? Hello?
Stop right there!
You certainly are a take charge kind of girl. It's been fun.
Ada! Don't lose her! I won't! Ada!
Your friend likes to play hard to get. She always been like this?
Yes.
There she is. Cut her off. I've got her.
Boys, why are we fighting? Gentlemen, please! I'll watch.
Chris? Leon? What are you doing here?
Put your gun down, Chris. She's a key witness. We need her.
A witness? She's the one who did all this!
No, it wasn't her. It was Simmons, the National Security Advisor.
I lost all my men because of her!
And I lost over 70,000 people, including the president, because of Simmons.
She's working for Neo Umbrella. You know what that means?
Yeah, I do.
And you're still going to protect this woman?
I am.
Hot. But also, like, yeah. I know something they don't. I know something they will never know.
Captain!
Giggles. They're so stupid. Fighting for no reason to let her get her escape. Like, come on, boys. Now that's queen behavior right there. That's mother.
Damn it!
Your aim sucks.
Helena!
He's gonna kill her!
Chris, wait! both want the same thing here.
All right. The BSAA will handle Ada. You take care of Simmons.
Chris! I know you'll do the right thing.
Are you sure we can rely on him?
He's been in this as long as I have. I trust him.
All right.
Come on. Let's find Simmons.
Leon, Helena, come in. If Sherry's intel is on the money, Simmons should be just up ahead. Be careful.
Leon, are you really sure you're okay with this?
Our target is Simmons. Always has been.
You don't regret not following her, do you?
We'll have to worry about Ada later. Right now, we need to focus on Simmons.
All right. Let's go get this son of a bitch.
Okay, Ronda Rousey. There was no reason to say bitch or son of a bitch. Like, that was so just cringe, actually. Like, please.
Simmons!
Well, this is unexpected.
No! Wait!
Ah, Agent Birkin, impeccable timing. Kindly take these two into custody, won't you?
They said you were involved in the terrorist attack. Is it true?
What, are they running down the street screaming it to anyone who'll listen?
Answer me!
It's for the benefit of the United States and global security.
Can't see how killing the president is good for the country!
The president's dead?
Well, we have Leon to thank for that.
God damn you, Simmons!
Dispose of them.
The way Sherry just jumped in front of a firing squad.
Those two are still of use to us.
Interesting.
You need to be more careful.
All right. So what's the plan, hero?
You think you can make it to that door? Why don't we just waste him? Because I need you to take care of Sherry.
Can we wrap this up? I do have better things to do.
What are you two gonna do?
Finish Simmons.
There's information on here that could stop the C-virus.
The way they, like, really wanted Simmons to be the next Wesker, and it just did not.
I'll put a call into FOS, get you some protection.
Like, it's actually sad.
Now move!
No one will ever be Wesker.
Alert the men outside.
He does a kind of a good job, though.
She got me. Well played.
He's getting away.
Come on!
I fall onto a train. Ooh, the wind in the hair, Leon. Sexy.
Simmons!
Get back here! We can't let him escape!
Whoa, we're ending this now. We're coming for you, Simmons.
Time to pay for everything you've done.
Okay.
Leon!
Roger!
I'm just giving you exactly what you gave me, Simmons. At first, you'll be afraid. But don't worry. You're just becoming the monster you always were. You and everyone else on the planet.
Give it up, Simmons! We've got you.
You still chase me while that woman is on the loose?
What woman?
That traitor, Ada Wong. Who knows what she's got in store?
Another team was sent after her. You, Simmons? You're all ours.
Are you here to avenge the president? Is that it? You fool. Had he disclosed the truth behind Raccoon City, the U.S. would have lost all its authority, and the global political order would have collapsed.
So to avoid one possible disaster, you create another? No matter how many people die?
He had to be stopped! He was leading my country and this world into complete chaos. Ah! That woman... how dare she do this to me?
The way he turned into a dog.
Leon, watch out!
We're too close. Let's move. Let's get some distance while we have the chance.
Damn you! Damn you both! I'll kill you with my bare hands!
Ow.
Should be able to get up top this way.
Yeah, I'm trying.
He's too fast! We need to attack from both sides!
I'm going to kill you!
Leon, give me a hand! I think I can get up top. Hey!
Roger!
Huh.
Let's get some distance while we have the chance.
Damn you! Damn you both! I'll kill you with my bare hands!
My pretzel!
Damn it!
That scared me, actually.
He's too fast! We need to attack from both sides!
I'm going to kill you!
Leon, give me a hand! I think I can get up top.
Yes, very ugly. I don't have any grenades. Wow.
Helena, are you all right?
Did we kill him?
No.
Leon! Leon, you alright? Tell me I'm seeing things. Leon! He's coming for you! Stop that train! I'll keep him occupied!
The banana gun.
Leon, over here! Leon, hurry!
Excuse me. Oh my god. Very close. I have to reload. Oh no.
The world will be a better place.
The way she didn't move. Imagine if Helena was Claire. Like, that would have been so girl bossy. But it's Helena, so no one gives a fuck. Well. Thank you. Thank you. I was gonna wear a different jacket, but it was blue, so I couldn't wear it because I'm in front of a blue screen.
Echo team to HQ. Come in. We're escorting civilians in top sheet of safety.
Did we finish it?
I don't think.
I don't know.
Who's gonna tell her?
But we did what we could. Let's go.
Hey, you! Stay in the line!
Why is he moaning like that? Oh my god. Sexy moans, I guess.
Why
This is where the game takes a turn. So bizarre. A very bizarre turn. The way the game could have ended here, but they were like, wait, just wait. Yeah. No, it's not. It's really not. It's not.
Leon, we have a situation. Sherry and her companion were abducted. Our satellite places them at an undersea oil field about 80 miles from you.
Abducted? Why?
Files. The one she gave us. This is the key to stopping the C virus. It's...
Jake. Hunnigan, could you check and see if the BSAA has any units near the oil field?
Just one moment.
Oh my god, I'm so hangry.
What is that?
Okay, I've got a Chris.
What was that?
Chris Redfield. Leon, where are you? Chris, we're just outside of Tachi. Why?
Get the hell out of there!
The way when I was a kid, this scared the shit out of me. That scene in particular. Right.
Leon, are you alright?
Yeah. Things just got bad. Real bad.
Hello, Meow Meow 420. Bestie 420, more like it. Okay. Let's all just calm down. Oh.
Chris, listen to me.
That POV, go back.
Rescued 2 hostages from an underwater oil field. Agent Sherry Birkin and Jake Mueller. Robert Wesker's son. Wesker? Chris, he's got antibodies for the C virus.
The way he was like, wait a second, hold on.
On my way.
Trauma.
Good, thanks.
Leon, wait. There's something I need to tell you. Ada Wong is dead.
And that's how you kill a franchise. By killing the girl boss.
Don't let him down.
And now she's in Dead by Daylight.
Are you okay?
Let's just find the survivors and get the hell out of here.
Big F.
Echo to HQ, can you read me? HQ to Echo, report.
Hey! What the hell are you guys doing over there? We need to evacuate, come on!
Okay!
We detected traces of the C virus in the gas.
We're moving in to search for surviving evacuees.
Mask up, everybody.
We want to help.
I just want, like, a man to have a giant ass in a video game. Like, I beg.
This way. Don't go near the gap.
I'm trying not to.
know already. Over here!
I hide.
You okay? What's it like out there?
Oh, Jesus.
All I can see is a shitstorm, and I don't think that's the half of it.
We're on our way back to the quad tower to check on the evacuees. Got a vehicle out back if you want to.
Oh.
Shit!
Run! I'm scared.
Hold on, I'll get it open.
Okay, can you hurry? Oh, there's a zombie up here. Excuse me. What the? The way I shot him like 3 times. Okay.
We gotta go.
Yeah, we need to go. 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 Okay, okay. Let's go. Let's go. 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 Run!
I got this. Go. Where's our ride?
Is that a zombie?
It's just outside. Go.
Oh! There's zombies everywhere!
Hurry!
I'm hurry. Leon, we need to go! Leon, we need to go! Go, 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 go!
Don't look back! Just go!
Oh.
Shit. Good luck. All right, hang on.
Car simulator. My favorite part of the game. I sit in the car.
Where did all the ash come from?
POV, you drive me to McDonald's.
Probably from the missile.
HQ to Charlie. Change of plans. Entry to Tachi is prohibited.
We go to
Retreat. Wait for
Macca's.
further orders.
See, I am Australian.
They need us. Fall back. That's an order.
I want
We can't risk
Macca's.
any more men in there. Damn it.
When this came out, I thought this was so cool. I was like, oh my god, guys. Like, we're driving in a car right now. I was like, this is revolutionary.
They're gonna surround us. We gotta go. I got it. I got it.
This would literally be me in this car during the zombie apocalypse. I'd be on my phone like, check Twitter, who's infected? How's everybody doing? Check the TL. While literally a bioterrorism attack is happening, I'm like,
No, don't! Get back! Die! Ah!
Shit!
McDonald's being $11 for a delivery fee. Yes! So slay.
This is as far as I can get you.
Just want Macca's, but I guess the
Tower's
fuck
right up ahead.
not!
You two keep going. I'm gonna head back and try to find what's left of my team.
Thank you.
I guess I'll die. Like, just don't. Just don't.
Come in.
It's exactly that. No, you're right. Wait! Oh, you know what? You know what? It was because, so at the beginning of the game, there's like this scene you play as Leon and Helena, and we didn't play it, and I was like, wait, but you figure out, because it's like a jump forward to, it's a flashback to the future. I just ordered a burger and fries for $24, and you didn't get me anything?
Okay.
I want a 20-piece. I think I want 2 large fries and a Sprite. Ooh! Ooh! Sorry. Hustle train in a macho. Subway here in a macho. Yeah, this is the where you start the game. But like, since I've played this game before, you don't play it, but this is the opening to Resident Evil 6, like right here. No, I'm literally feral for food. I'm like... I'm a zombie right now for McDonald's. When did they do what? Since when did McDonald's have spicy nuggets? When did they add that?
Leon, it's...
Ada. Thought she was dead.
That's not Ada. That's Jada Essence Hall.
Leon, that way!
Leon, do you hear me? Are you all right?
I'll live. But I've got a feeling things are about to get worse.
Look over there. No, it's true. Can you please stay down? What the? Hello. I'm just gonna wait over here, Leon. Just, you do your thing. Oh my god! Hustle, training in the muscle bustle. Cappuccinos and the monsters tussle. Wait, I want to order McDonald's now because I want to watch Total Drama Island and eat McDonald's. I go feral.
Leon.
Okay.
Are we risking the $10 delivery fee? The answer is yes, because I don't really have an option.
What happened, Chris? Hunnigan, can we make it to the tower this way?
Yes, just keep moving in that direction.
The way my order was $20, but with the delivery fee, it's like 40. Okay. Can we all calm down? Where are we supposed to go right now? Like, what is happening? No, literally. I have cereal right next to me, but I'm like, I want to have a good night.
Leon, look!
What the? Alright, now this is just getting a little ridiculous, isn't it? Alright, now the bridge is going down. Oh, we're doing too much. Oh, now it's gonna blow up too? Oh my. I run. Help me, help me, help me. I reload while I'm running for my life. Help me, help me. This is a lot of explosions for what it's worth.
Over here! Get in!
Help, help, help. Somebody help. Somebody help.
Shit!
So, like, how do we recover from this? Like, how are the people that live here just gonna go back to that? Like, how do we repair everything? Just a question. I don't have to do anything.
longer.
Just a few more blocks.
I have to pull up the body. Oh. Rawr! Goodbye.
Shit! Hold on!
I can't.
Zombie mosh pit. I go crowd surfing on the oh!
You all right?
Well.
Yeah.
Yeah. The way she said it. High mistake.
Leon.
Roger. Roger. Oh, Jesus. This boss fight's dumb as fuck. Then the one after this is dumb as fuck. And then it's dumb as fuck. And then it's dumb as fuck. The game really could have just ended at the last chapter. And then it was like, it's over? Yeah. But they were like, no, we're gonna like do a bioterrorism attack in one chapter and just like have everything go crazy. I'm doing so good. Just doing Resident Evil, hopefully gonna get McDonald's, watch Total Drama Action later. Bitch, he's still alive.
Back for more.
The way he drowned and got hit by a train and he's still alive. Hey, Mother! Mother Ada.
What you did! Ada! You disobeyed me! You took Wesker's son away! Use that bastard's blood to make the virus stronger!
Not entirely true.
Hope you got friends on the other side. 'Cause no one's gonna miss you here.
Please. Oh! Okay. Jurassic Park. Okay, go beat him up. Get him. Move out of my way, Leon. What's up, bitch? Yeah! Huh, huh, huh. Yes. But Chris Pratt also plays the truck right there. That's him. Very good. Very good tea. Alright, this is just Jurassic Park, okay?
What the hell happened?
Get in!
I make a funny reference.
Speed up!
Right. Yes, totally.
Here it comes. Get ready.
I thought I just died. I was like, are you kidding? Ooh, swerve.
Unload on that fucking bastard!
Do what? Unload. What is happening? Oh wow, that poor guy.
I think we pissed him off.
Oh, you think? Very perceptive.
We can take him.
This can't be.
I beat that bitch with a bat. Yeah! He's responsible for the death of her sister, so yes. But it also feels misplaced. Like we're just beating him up when he's a giant T-Rex. Very true. So true. Are you gonna die? Like, what is it? Can you die now? Fun is over. Come over to this giant truck so I can blow it up. Over here, look over here. Okay. Are you done? There he goes. He's extinct. And there Ada goes. She's queen. She's going to Dead by Daylight. There she goes.
Let's hope the elevator still works.
Oh, you think you're funny with that line, don't you? Let's hope the elevator still works. Ha ha.
It's nothing. Let's go.
He wants to fuck her. He wants her bad. Oh, it does still work. How convenient. The building blowing up across? Like, hello?
She's more than just a friend, isn't she?
Yes.
You have feelings for her.
Yeah. Ah. I jumped. I could do that. I think I could do that IRL. I could definitely do that IRL. Oh! I could definitely do this too.
Wouldn't recommend looking down.
Wasn't planning to. Fingers crossed that doesn't happen again.
This is so...
Simmons!
I do this.
He's still alive.
How is he still alive? Ada's fighting him by herself. That's a girl boss.
Ada!
Climbing.
Hurry!
Yeah!
Okay. That's enough climbing.
Oh, I don't have ammo.
You're going down, Simmons.
What? Hello? You showed him. The way I'm supposed to have a sniper for this part, and I just don't, so I kind of have to deal.
on, Leon. Catch up.
I always get stuck with the bossy one.
Shit! Watch out!
Oh, the things I would do to climb Leon. Woo! Me next. Leon, you're so slow. Catch up, buddy.
Ada, if you can hear me, shoot him now.
I don't think she can hear you. I'm gonna take a wild guess.
Let me help you up.
Ada! Helena, cover me.
Leon!
This is so.
Ada, can you hear me? Don't let it end like this.
Get away from her, Leon. You're not half the man she needs. Come with me, my love. We'll be together forever.
Not if I can help it. Come on, wake up. If you're really Ada, then you can pull through this. We both can.
Ada, wake up, bestie. Hello, house music. Hello, house musical.
I was just resting my eyes.
I was just resting my eyes. Until she actually dies and go into Dead by Daylight. Just kidding.
In case you haven't
Or
noticed,
am I?
Simmons doesn't take rejection well.
Is there some backstory I should know here?
The way Ada fucked this guy just to get the virus, she's so... Love her. That's a queen. That's mother. Oh, I've never played it. I was gonna play her story today, but then I was like, when we do it, I'm gonna wear like red for Ada. So I decided not to do it today. Because you kind of need to play this one to understand Ada's story. So I thought we'd do this one and then next time I'll play the other one. I'm sure they will. It'll probably be like its own. Oh.
Leon!
Do you want to live? Then beg for your life.
I'll pass.
Can't always get what you want, Simmons.
Her.
Let's call this closure. You really should have moved on.
Get him. Mother Ada.
What are you? Why are you helping us?
Oh, I sexed you?
Wish I could stay longer, but I've got to run. I've left you a little parting gift on the roof. See you down the road, Leon.
Mwah. And they never continue on it.
What are you waiting for?
To this day.
Go after her.
They never finish their story.
We're sticking together.
So annoying. They decided to do Resident Evil 7 and 8. We want a happy ending between Leon and Ada. Give it to us. Shocker, more zombies. Wow.
There's our ticket out of here. If we can get to it.
This part is so bizarre. Like, actually so weird. We should have just rolled credits. Like, there's no reason for this. Watch what happens. Watch how ridiculous this is. He's still not dead.
He just doesn't quit, does he?
Enough is enough.
You're finally gonna get what's coming to you, Simmons.
I'm sure they saved a room for you in hell.
Ow. Uh-oh, someone doesn't have health, and that someone is me.
He's blocking our exit.
I very perceptive. Just wait. Just wait.
Now, go!
It takes another turn for a very strange reason. I'm not sure why.
Is he gone?
That's what we thought last time.
We've got to get to that helicopter.
Uh-huh.
And the sooner the better.
I'm trying.
Okay.
Hey.
Roger.
Roger.
Up you go.
Yes. See that over there? What was that, I wonder?
I'm all right. Just get me out of here.
Is there a reason for a giant fucking insect boss at the end of the game? Not sure why. So we had a dinosaur, a dog, and an insect. Oh, I have to... I do a little puzzle.
It's working.
You are... Liv, that is sick. Oh, hello. Oh, hello.
Helena, what's going on?
Hold on. I'll take care of it.
Got it. Imagine being Leon, you just have to sit in that cart and just let it happen. I'd be crying right now, shitting and crying.
Leon, you're all clear.
Back off, will ya?
We have somewhere to be.
This is bad. We gotta get to the helicopter.
Yes, Leon. Yes. True. Do I really need skill points at the end of the game? Come on, guys. She is so... She was literally fighting me on Resident Evil 6. I was like, Jake is hot, and she was like, no, you need to start wearing black hair again. You're so ugly.
All right, we need to go. As long as he's airborne, we're not going anywhere in that chopper.
I'll be damned if I'm gonna let him stop us.
Plot.
He's trying to protect his head.
How's your head?
Make it a clean shot.
Is he spewing at me? What is happening? I shoot its insect boobies. No, I would literally, we would eat this up. Like, we wouldn't even struggle. We would one-shot it. Leon, don't kill them. Hello. I stabbed Leon with it. Okay.
Gotcha, you bastard!
Head for the chopper. This floor isn't stable. Oh, shit!
Still not dead. Just that. Just that. Yummy. Watch this, Mr. Krabs. There's more. Just kidding. But it does a cool little thing. Looks at you. Giggles. Umbrella. Logo.
That's for my sister.
Okay. Shut up. These curtain bangs, Helena. Oh, please.
All right, let's get out of here.
When I walk off and die. When it's still not dead. A compact.
Is that Ada's?
Open it up, Leon. It's yours. Oh, do some eyeshadow. Not the app. I thought the applicator was there. I was like, please.
Leon, this is
Evidence.
To prove Simmons' guilt.
which means it will prove your innocence.
Our innocence.
I don't need it.
Helena.
Helena, you literally tried to kill the president. Like, you are the reason all of this happened.
Copy that. We're on our way back. See you soon.
I don't think it's explored in this, but Helena literally, she got the job to protect the president, to infect the president. Like, she was working with Simmons prior, but then Simmons was like, no, 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 and, you know. She was right under that desk. Anyway. Wow! I dance. I'm not sitting through credits. No, no, no. Oh, what a great post-credit scene. Oh my god, here she goes about her sister again.
It's time for me to take responsibility.
For what? Oh, that you're guilty. You tried killing the president. True. Spell!
Thank you. I'm ready.
Goodbye. Time for jail.
What?
Put that down.
But I assisted in the attack.
The investigating commission have reviewed the evidence and feel it unjust to hold you liable for Simmons' crime. They will also not be disclosing their findings to the public.
But
The president would have done the same.
They really tried to make Miss Helena a character.
Join the team?
And then I don't know one person that likes this bitch. I'm sorry. Miss Debbie had more depth to her character. And she was there for 2 seconds. Why did you have that?
for the next time you see her.
What is with the men in this? With the misogynistic lines? Giraffe giving head. Or getting head. The way my McDonald's order was placed, it got picked up and then it got canceled and now it's waiting again. How fun. How wonderfully camp. I don't think I'm getting dinner. LOL. Oh, Jake Wesker. We don't need to watch it again. Probably. When I do Ada's story next, oh my god. I don't know, because I don't want to, like, end, but, like, I don't want to... maybe I should, so I can get out of drag in time. For when my food gets here. I mean, we did it. So, that's very slay. Which one is my... It's this one. We did it. I didn't realize my puffer jacket was chroma keying out this entire time. Why is it doing that? The world may never know. Has it been like that the entire stream? That's funny. Okay, so I'm gonna end, unfortunately. So sorry. But I might be live again tomorrow. If that's in drag or out of drag, I do not know. Possibly. I'm not making any promises to that. And we will not be playing Resident Evil. I actually don't know what we would be doing, so please don't look at me. I have no idea. I literally have no fucking idea. LOL. Oh, fuck Achu. He's playing Dead Space. I want to play this game. Okay, we're gonna rate Achu. Oh. He's hot and sexy, so go say hi. So what you're saying is you're guaranteeing you'll be live tomorrow. Yes. I mean, I have to do something tomorrow. Like, I have to do a stream in the next couple days, and I might as well just get it out of the way so we can move on to something else. But, like, I guess if we did, it would be longer. Maybe I can, like, start out of drag and then get in drag. I don't know. So I'll figure it out. I'm gonna go enjoy dinner and watch Total Drama Action and D-Drag. Enjoy it too. Tell them I say hi. Tell them he looks hot. I'll see y'all in the next one, whether that's tomorrow or this weekend, because, yeah, I'm gonna make a schedule and, like, try to post that for y'all too, so you know what's going on for the next, like, month or two, because it's a pretty busy end of the year, and I can elaborate that more next stream if you would all be interested in hearing that. So I'll talk to y'all later. Thank you so much for hanging. I love y'all. I'll see you on the next one.